Chapter 3530, Chapter 604, God-Ranked Domain. Chapter 3530, Chapter 604, God-Ranked Domain. Chapter 604, God-Ranked Domain. Star Lake City's spectator stand. When Xia Qingying and Mu Huangwu saw only Fire Dance stepping forward to face Luo Tianhao's battle group, they couldn't help but gasp. Qingying, what did Shi Feng do to Fire Dance during this period? Mu Huangwu demanded with rage-filled eyes. How did she get so foolish and ignorant? Fire Dance was a genius nurtured by the Green God Corporation. Hence, Mu Huangwu, as an elder of the Green God Corporation, had a good idea of what she was capable of. While Fire Dance might have been a vice commander of the Silver Frost Legion in the past, whether in equipment standards or mental strength standards, she was still greatly inferior to the Ace Battle Group members of Skystar City. Not to mention a 1-on-20 scenario. Even in a 1-on-1 scenario, Fire Dance wouldn't necessarily emerge victorious. Fire Dance would only be making a fool of herself in front of everyone by challenging Luo Tianhao's battle group alone. If news of her actions reached Night Watch City, she would be promptly disqualified before she could even take the Night Watch Legion's test. Unlike third-tier cities, when second-tier cities recruited participants, they wouldn't just test the applicant's talent. They would also inspect the applicant's battle records. After all, each second-tier city ruled over upwards of 100 third-tier cities, so they did not lack talented individuals to choose from. It was especially so for Night Watch City, a top-ranking second-tier city. Normally, only the most excellent individuals from third-tier cities could qualify for the Night Watch Legion. If Night Watch City was to find out about Fire Dance's foolish behavior in this city battle, she would probably get disqualified on the first round of the test. After all, strategies were crucial in city battles. Heroic actions would only put the rest of the Legion in danger. If Guild leader Shi Feng has decided on this course of action, I'm sure he has his reasons, Xia Qingying responded to Mu Huangwu's questioning, albeit somewhat hesitantly. Although Xia Qingying knew Zero Wing had the trump card known as Intermediate Divine Engravings, she still couldn't help but be confused as to why Shi Feng had decided to let Fire Dance fight Luo Tianhao's battle group alone. No matter how she looked at it, it simply wasn't a wise decision. Myriad Forest City's spectator stand. Fire Dance. When Xiao Quan saw Fire Dance walking toward Luo Tianhao's battle group, a hint of surprise flashed across his eyes. As a vice commander of the Silver Frost Legion himself, Xiao Quan naturally recognized Fire Dance and had a very good idea of her strength. However, while Fire Dance might not have trouble soloing any of the 15 cities' battle groups, it would be a completely different story if she tried to solo Luo Tianhao's battle group. She'd probably be killed in the first few exchanges. This wasn't to say that Fire Dance's combat standard was vastly inferior to the members of Luo Tianhao's battle group. It was just that there was a qualitative difference in the equipment standards of both sides. The gap in equipment standards was also one of the main factors contributing to the powerlessness of second-tier cities in the face of first-tier cities. Good. Very good. If that's how you want to do it, I'll let Fry know how foolish and ignorant the guild she has been singing praises of is. Luo Tianhao coldly said when he saw only Fire Dance stepping forward. Lotus, I'll leave her to you. Following Luo Tianhao's words, a graceful and innocent-looking female elementalist stepped forward from behind him. And even though the elementalist looked to be only in her early 20s, none of the other youths in the battle group were dissatisfied with Luo Tianhao's decision. This was because the elementalist named Lotus was not only Luo Tianhao's close confidant, but she was also the battle group's vice team leader. Moreover, although it hadn't been long since Lotus joined, she already ranked among the top 5 of the group in strength. When Lotus initially joined the Galaxy conglomerate, Luo Tianhao and Fry, 2 of the conglomerate's successors, had fought over her. Ultimately, Luo Tianhao only managed to win her over after offering up a premium villa in Skystar City's city center. Skystar City was one of the few first-tier mobile cities operating on the Starlight continent. Hence, every inch of land in the city was worth its weight in gold. As for the city center's villas, they were so limited and valuable that even the Galaxy conglomerate successors would only be assigned one premium villa each, and they couldn't obtain a second one without significant achievements. However, the price Luo Tianhao paid to recruit Lotus was undoubtedly worth it. Firstly, despite being only 22 this year, Lotus was already a 3-star mental strength grandmaster. Even in the Galaxy conglomerate, talents of her caliber were incredibly rare. Secondly, she was the owner of the Sky Saint Legacy, one of the Starlight Realm's 4 great saint legacies. So long as she got promoted to Tier 6, she would instantly be put onto the Divine Glory list. Understood. Lotus nodded. After Lotus responded, she could be seen briefly disappearing from the virtualized street before reappearing within 100 yards of Fire Dance. Then, she raised her staff toward the sky. Boom! All of a sudden, as if all of the air in the city had been sucked away, everyone in the city experienced a feeling of suffocation. Is this the strength of first-tier cities? When Star Lake City's inhabitants saw the 3-fold magic array covering a small section of the city's sky, they all felt a deep fear. Tier 5 super spell, Sky Crash. The difficulty of casting a Tier 5 super spell exceeded that of Tier 6 spells, and its power was no less than that of Tier 6 spells. Meanwhile, simply being able to silent cast one Tier 5 super spell would already be considered a great achievement for Tier 5 titled experts. Yet, Lotus had managed to complete a triple silent cast. Not even veteran saint-ranked experts could necessarily accomplish such a feat. It's over. Mu Huangwu wryly smiled when he saw the 3-fold magic array in the sky. That little girl's mental strength is simply monstrous. Sky Crash was a super spell that covered a radius of 3,000 yards. It was a powerful spell that could bring forth devastating effects so long as it was completed. Normally, players could easily counter it by interrupting the caster before the spell was completed. This was also the case, even if it was silently cast. Although players who utilized silent casting might look as if they had instantly cast their spells, it was a fact that they needed to go through the standard procedure of constructing the spell's magic array. It was just that, in the case of silent casting, players would construct their spell's magic array in their minds. As for Sky Crash, it was an incomparably complex spell, so a considerable amount of time would be needed to finish its magic array. Meanwhile, this time gave melee players the perfect opportunity to interrupt the caster. But now, Lotus had successfully completed a 3-fold Sky Crash. Moreover, she had cast it while fully equipped with legendary weapons and equipment. Should the super spell connect, it would instantly obliterate a small portion of Star Lake City, let alone Fire Dance. Disperse! While everyone in Star Lake City was terrified, a clear and pleasant voice suddenly echoed in their ears. Immediately afterward, a wave of mana, several times denser than what was used to fuel Lotus's Sky Crash, abruptly struck Sky Crash's magic array, causing the fully formed magic array to disintegrate rapidly. At the same time, the same mana enveloped the 15 cities' participants, immobilizing them. It was as if they had fallen into a quagmire made of steel, and they could move neither their bodies nor their mana in the slightest. What's happening? How can there be such a powerful mana domain? I've seen this mana before. This is a Tier 6 God's mana domain. Following this unexpected development, everyone couldn't help but look toward the center of the mana domain, Fire Dance. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3531, Chapter 605, Slaughtering Aces. Chapter 3531. Chapter 605, Slaughtering Aces. Chapter 605. Slaughtering Aces. Tier 6 gods possessed immense power. They were so powerful that even a Tier 6 player fully equipped with legendary items could only match a Tier 6 god in strength. Moreover, said Tier 6 god would have to be without weapons or equipment. As for resisting Tier 6 gods who were fully equipped with legendary items, only the legends among players could accomplish such a feat, or, more accurately, anyone capable of accomplishing this feat would be regarded as a legend, and their achievement would be recorded in the annals of the greater gods' domain's history. Because of this, even for the various apex powers, Tier 6 gods remained formidable existences that mustn't be underestimated. As for weaker powers, unless they were confident in their strength, they would do their best to avoid confrontation with a Tier 6 god. Meanwhile, what made Tier 6 gods such formidable opponents for players was their mana, God-ranked mana, so long as a Tier 6 god unleashed their mana domain. All players beneath Tier 6 would be rendered powerless. Any skill or spell they had learned would become utterly useless, and they could only battle while relying on their basic attributes. And needless to say, if any player beneath Tier 6 tried to fight a Tier 6 god with only their basic attributes, they would be severely overestimating themselves. A moment after Fire Dance unleashed her mana domain, silence fell over the street she stood on. Fire Dance was akin to a bona fide Tier 6 god at this time. While enveloped by Fire Dance's mana, not even Lotus, a sky saint fully equipped with legendary items, could manipulate any of her surrounding mana, let alone the other Tier 5 experts present. A god-ranked domain. How can a Tier 5 assassin like her have such mana? Not even Tier 6 experts equipped with divine artifacts have such terrifying mana, whether it was Mu Huangwu, Xia Qingying, or the 15 cities experts. Everyone couldn't help but look at Fire Dance in shock and horror. Could she have a divine artifact? The members of the Skystar battle group couldn't help but look at Fire Dance in astonishment. Aside from a divine artifact, they couldn't think of anything else that could let a Tier 5 assassin have a god-ranked mana domain. Or, more specifically, apart from divine artifacts, no other item should be capable of giving a Tier 5 player the ability to contend against a Tier 6 god. But if Fire Dance truly did have a divine artifact in her possession, how were they supposed to fight her? Impossible. Luo Qianhao denied his teammates' speculation without hesitation. She isn't even a 3-star Grandmaster. You'd have to be a 1-star Great Grandmaster to materialize a divine artifact. How can such an existence be as young as her? Not to mention, would such an existence ever bother getting involved in such a trivial battle? Luo Tianha's words instantly brought everyone back to their senses and lessened the fear in their eyes. Whether it was a divine artifact or a 1-star Great Grandmaster, both were existences capable of shaking up the Starlight Continent's stability. On the other hand, Zero Wing was merely an up-and-coming guild and barely had any fame in the greater gods' domain. As for Fire Dance, she was merely a former vice commander of a second-tier city legion. No matter how they looked at it, neither Zero Wing nor Fire Dance could have anything to do with a divine artifact or a 1-star Great Grandmaster. So what if you have a god-ranked mana domain? Returning his focus to Fire Dance, Luo Qianhao stubbornly said, "Even if none of us can use our surrounding mana, I refuse to believe you can block all of our attacks." Following Luo Qianhao's words, everyone in the Skystar battle group launched attacks on Fire Dance simultaneously. While none of them could utilize their surrounding mana to further enhance their skills and spells, the basic attributes of their legendary weapons and equipment allowed them to retain their mobility and strength. They could still exhibit the combat power of Tier 6 players nonetheless. Immediately, 3 tanks executed a combination combat technique and charged at Fire Dance in unison, their unified charge capable of sending even Tier 6 divine monsters flying. At the same time, 3 berserkers and 4 swordsmen separately executed their own combination combat techniques to cover Fire Dance's flanks, while 2 assassins circled behind Fire Dance, waiting to deliver a fatal blow to her. As for Lotus and the other ranged players, they rained numerous attacks from above. All 20 members of the battle group matched their assault perfectly, covering all possible areas that Fire Dance could use for evasion. Even if a Tier 6 expert were to be put in Fire Dance's position, they would quickly be overwhelmed and killed by all these attacks. Good. However, Fire Dance did not even flinch when she saw Luo Qianhao and the others attacking her together. Instead, she unsheathed the dagger she carried around her waist and executed a footwork, instantly splitting into several dozen copies of herself. Then, all her doppelgangers moved swiftly and unpredictably like a group of butterflies while brandishing their daggers. Fusion combat technique, Dance of Chaos. Dance of Chaos was a fusion combat technique Fire Dance had personally developed, and it was a pairing between the Tier 5 skill doppelganger space and the advanced silver combat technique, Splitting Light. It was an ultimate technique that allowed her to spontaneously unleash a large number of attacks that far exceeded her usual limit. Originally, she had developed this technique with the goal of achieving victory through a high attack frequency. When it came to raw power, each attack was inferior to the attacks of berserkers of the same tier. But now, thanks to the enhancement of her God-ranked mana and the intermediate divine engravings, the power of her attacks were elevated tremendously, and they now surpassed the attacks of berserkers of the same tier. Meanwhile, as soon as Fire Dance executed Dance of Chaos, she transformed the area around her into a void and sent the 3 charging tanks stumbling back several steps. As for the berserkers, swordsmen, and assassins, they were sent flying by several dozen yards, their HPs falling by more than half. Impossible. Tier suppression. Don't tell me she is already a true Tier 6 player. Luo Qianhao, being a berserker, couldn't help but look at his trembling arms in confusion. It should be known that they were all roughly equal in basic attributes. Logically, even if he was rendered incapable of utilizing the mana around him, he would, at most, be slightly inferior to Fire Dance in a direct confrontation. It didn't make sense for him to fare so poorly against Fire Dance. Of course, if such a situation had happened in God's domain, he wouldn't have batted an eye at it. In fact, he had personally experienced such situations when fighting in God's domain, and that was when he had fought against true Tier 6 players. But they were in the Tier 5 match of a city battle right now. No player could be at Tier 6, so how did Fire Dance accomplish what she just did? Before Luo Qianhao could make sense of the situation, Fire Dance had already concluded her Dance of Chaos and made her way to the Skystar Battle Group rear line, where Lotus and 3 other magical class experts were in the middle of casting a Tier 5 curse together. When Lotus and the 3 other magical class experts saw Fire Dance approaching them, they promptly dropped their spellcasting and used advanced instantaneous movement to instantly move 600 yards away from their original position. Then, they promptly activated the Tier 6 magic barriers that came with their legendary equipment. However, Fire Dance didn't mind the 4 magical class players' escape and simply executed Shadow Void Blade, a Tier 5 taboo skill, in their direction. Immediately, over 100 invisible blades cut through space and reached the 4 magical class players' location. Then, they tore through the Tier 6 magic barriers as if they were made of paper and shredded the 4 players before they could even react. 4 of Skystar City's aces had fallen in the blink of an eye, and silence fell over the entire Star Lake City. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3532, Chapter 606, Frightening. Chapter 3532, Chapter 606, Frightening. Chapter 606, Frightening. They're dead. 4 of Skystar City's aces died, just like that. Everyone was in disbelief when they saw Lotus and 3 other magical class experts from the Skystar Battle Group getting shredded into oblivion. They already understood that Fire Dance was strong. They had even accounted for the possibility that the entirety of the Skystar Battle Group might not be a match for her. After all, if Fire Dance could handily repel a joint rush executed by 3 tanks fully equipped with legendary items, what could the others possibly do against her once they were within her attack range? But to instantly kill 4 of Skystar City's aces, especially when all 4 players had activated their legendary equipment's life-saving skills, that was something they couldn't comprehend. The life-saving skills that came attached with legendary equipment were typically at the Tier 6 standard. Even if Tier 5 players activated them, they would still be strong enough to resist the attacks of Tier 6 divine monsters for a short time. Yet, the magic barriers summoned by the 4 players fared no differently than fragile paper against Fire Dance's attacks. How could they not feel shocked by this? What kind of strength must one have to break the Tier 6 life-saving skills of legendary equipment so easily? Xia Qingying and Mu Huangwu, who were familiar with Fire Dance, were especially stunned by this development. Since when did Fire Dance become such a terrifying existence? Skystar's 4 magical class experts were by no means weak. Lotus, in particular, was a monstrous existence. Even if they were to meet in the greater god's domain, Mu Huangwu doubted he could kill Lotus with absolute certainty, and it should be known that he was a genuine Tier 6 player equipped with a legendary weapon. Yet, Fire Dance had accomplished the feat with ease, making Tier 6 defensive skills and spells look no different than a joke. No wonder he dared to bet against Elder Mu. When Xia Qingying saw Fire Dance beating Luo Tianhao's battle group without any help, she couldn't help but sigh in amazement. Originally, Xia Qingying still had trouble understanding why Shifeng would refuse to call for reinforcements from the rest of Zero Wing and instead choose to participate with only the Zero Wing members based in Star Lake City. After all, she had long known that Zero Wing was capable of far more than what most people thought. But now, it seemed that even though she was more knowledgeable regarding Zero Wing than others, Zero Wing still had many secrets she wasn't privy to. At the same time, she finally understood why Shifeng could so confidently state that he could help her occupy Silver Frost City previously. While everyone was caught in shock and fear, Fire Dance turned toward the Skystar's 2 clerics after finishing off the 4 magical class experts. So long as she eliminated these 2 clerics, Skystar's melee experts would lose their infinite source of HP, and it would only be a matter of time before she could wear them down. Bastard, don't get too full of yourself. Luo Tianhao bellowed when he saw Fire Dance targeting the 2 helpless clerics. Do you really think we have no way to deal with you? Everyone, activate your combination berserk skills. Skystar's members were briefly stunned when they heard Luo Tianhao's command. A moment later, though, they all grew ecstatic. Unlike the average berserk skill, a combination berserk skill could be activated together by multiple players to achieve stronger effects. The more players there were in the team with the same combination berserk skill, the greater the skill's effects would be when activated. The strongest combination berserk skill discovered to date was rumored to have a maximum capacity of 1,000 players, and when activated at maximum capacity, it could allow even ordinary Tier 6 players to contend against Tier 6 ancient gods. Meanwhile, their battle group was fortunate enough to also own a combination berserk skill. It was something Luo Tianhao had recently acquired through the Galaxy conglomerate after much effort. And while it only had a maximum capacity of 20 players, they still regarded it as their battle group's biggest trump card for the next first-tier city battle. Normally, even if they were to get annihilated in the city battle against Star Lake City, they would never make use of this trump card. It was why they hadn't used it until now. But now that Luo Tianhao had given the command, they were naturally more than willing to use it. Before Fire Dance's daggers could connect with the two clerics' necks, runes began appearing all over the two clerics. As soon as these runes appeared, they began rampantly draining the surrounding area of mana, instantly creating a manaless environment that weakened Fire Dance's attack. Clang! A sound resembling metal colliding reverberated throughout the area. The strength of their mana increased. Fire Dance couldn't help but be surprised as she looked at the holy shields that protected the two clerics from her daggers. After she learned the advanced bronze mana purification technique, her mana underwent a qualitative transformation. Now, not only was her mana's density significantly greater than before, but its purity was also on par with mana found in 7 luminaries crystals. On top of that, the strength of her mana had also increased. Overall, her mana had already surpassed the mana of the average Tier 6 player in all aspects, and it was close to matching the mana of Tier 6 gods. Under the enhancement of such mana, she was no different than a genuine Tier 6 player. Meanwhile, under the effects of tier suppression, most Tier 5 players should have great difficulty blocking her attacks. It was especially so when she attacked using skills. Each of her Tier 5 skills could exhibit the might of genuine Tier 6 skills, and they were vastly superior to the Tier 6 skills and spells launched by Tier 5 players. So, the fact that the two clerics Tier 5 Holy Shield managed to stop her Tier 5 Shadow Edge meant that the strength of their mana had experienced a significant increase. Sure enough, it is only because of your mana that you could kill Lotus and the others, Luo Tianhao said, grinning when he saw Fire Dance's daggers getting stopped. Unfortunately, this is the end of the line for you. While our combination Berserk skill isn't at full capacity, it is still enough to propel our mana close to the Tier 6 standard. With the current difference in our mana, your skills will no longer be as effective on us. Amazing! As expected of Skystar City's Ace Battle Group, when Xiao Quan saw Luo Tianhao's battle group activating a combination Berserk skill, he couldn't help but marvel at the prowess of first-tier city battle groups. At lower tiers, players could achieve decent results with Berserk skills. Some Berserk skills could even enable players to transcend tiers. However, as players ascended to higher tiers, the effectiveness of Berserk skills would also diminish. This reduction in effectiveness would become especially apparent for Tier 5 experts. Due to the increased accessibility of high-ranking equipment for high-tiered players, Tier 5 experts would usually have a few fragmented legendary items equipped. Some Tier 5 experts might even have a full set of fragmented legendary items or a legendary item. All of these fragmented legendary and legendary items provided significant basic attribute bonuses, and they serve to dilute the impact of basic attribute bonuses provided by Berserk skills. Hence, Tier 5 experts would be fortunate if they could even get a 20% boost to their combat power from a Berserk skill. Yet, despite being fully equipped with legendary items, Luo Tianhao and his teammates were able to elevate their mana's strength close to the Tier 6 standard with just a Berserk skill. Our combination Berserk skill's duration is limited, so use your Tier 5 taboo skills to eliminate her as quickly as possible. Luo Tianhao commanded when he saw Fire Dance, intending to create distance between them and drag out the fight. Once she's dead, Zero Wing will be powerless to turn the tide. However, as soon as Luo Tianhao gave his command, a deep voice suddenly sounded in the area. Although the volume of this voice wasn't loud, the words the voice conveyed sent a chill down the spines of Luo Tianhao and his companions. The rest of you can join the fight. Fire Dance might have trouble by herself. TL notes. 1 FYI, high-ranking equipment provide 2 types of basic attributes. 1. Basic attributes. 2. Percentage-based basic attributes. Basic attributes add to the base of players' basic attributes, while percentage-based basic attributes modify the basic attributes of players, e.g. Abyssal Blade, one-handed sword, magic weapon, fragmented legendary rank, Equipment requirement: Strength 3,000, Agility 2,000, Attack Power 235% of Strength attribute, Attack Speed 3% of Agility attribute. All attributes increases according to user's level. Ignore levels plus 35 when equipped. Strength increased by 50%, Agility increased by 50%, Intelligence increased by 35%, Endurance increased by 50%, Attack Speed increased by 40%. All effects of weapon-related skills increased by 20%. All item level requirements reduced by 10 levels. All attributes increases according to user's level. This line refers to basic attribute. Items with level ranges don't typically show the exact values. When equipped, Strength increased by 50%, Agility increased by 50%, Intelligence increased by 35%, Endurance increased by 50%. This line refers to percentage-based basic attributes. The calculations should work out to something as follows: a character-based basic attributes X, equipment-based basic attributes Y, equipment percentage-based basic attributes Z, total basic attributes Z equals A plus X, asterisk Y. As for how the total percentage-based basic attributes are calculated, it is just a simple addition of all the percentage-based basic attributes that a player has. For example, assuming that a player only has a weapon and a helmet equipped, and the weapon increases strength by 100% while the helmet increases strength by 50%, Y equals 100% plus 50%. Going by this form of calculation, and the fact that Berserk skills also provide percentage-based basic attributes, the more percentage-based basic attributes a player receives from their equipment, the less effective Berserk skills would be. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 35-33, Chapter 6-07, Dark Moon, Chapter 35-33, Chapter 6-07, Dark Moon, Chapter 6-07, Dark Moon join the fight? Luo Tianhao fixated his gaze on Shifeng when he heard the other party's words, a hint of solemnity adding to his expression. Likewise, the other members of the Skystar battle team also couldn't help but look at Shifeng, wondering if they had misheard him. If it was before they had fought Fire Dance, they wouldn't have cared whether Shifeng had the rest of Zero Wing's battle group join the fight. On the contrary, they would have encouraged it, as that would let them save time and end the fight much more quickly. However, after witnessing Fire Dance's terrifying display of strength, they no longer dared to underestimate the 4 other members of Zero Wing's battle group. Not to mention, Shifeng, the leader of Zero Wing's battle group, should have seen the effects of their combination Berserk skill and already gained a good idea of their combat capabilities. He should know that their fight wasn't one that ordinary Tier 5 players could interfere in. At the very least, one must be at the standard of genuine Tier 6 players to avoid getting killed instantly. If Shifeng understood this, and still chose to have the rest of his battle group members join the fight, it meant that the other 3 women in the battle group were likely to be just as strong as Fire Dance. Finally, Hidden Soul exclaimed as she stretched her back. Then, she lazily said, "I thought my chance would never come. Let's fight together, then." Standing beside Hidden Soul, Gentle Snow and Jun Luosha nodded. Then, the 3 of them began walking toward Luo Tianhao, and the others, each step they took adding to the shock Luo Tianhao and the others experienced. Mana! Although the 3 women did not release any of their auras, the closer they got, the denser the mana surrounding Luo Tianhao and the others became. Even though they had just drained their surroundings of mana, the ambient mana that currently surrounded them was even denser than when Fire Dance initially released her mana. How is this possible? Luo Tianhao felt as if the end of the world had arrived as he looked at Hidden Soul, Gentle Snow, and Jun Luosha. Dealing with Fire Dance alone had already given him a massive headache. Not only was Fire Dance a 5th-floor expert with basic attributes at the legendary standard, but she even possessed mana close to rivaling that of Tier 6 gods. She was such a monstrous existence that should she get promoted to Tier 6, she would instantly become an existence capable of upsetting the Starlight Realm's balance. Meanwhile, in the current battle, even though he and his teammates had already activated their combination Berserk skill, they would most certainly need to trade damage for damage and sacrifice a few players to kill her. Moreover, they would need to do so before their combination Berserk skill's duration ran out. Otherwise, only death would await them. However, before they could even defeat Fire Dance, they were now being told that Zero Wing had 3 more monsters of Fire Dance's caliber. Before Luo Tianhao could recover from his stupor, Hidden Soul, Gentle Snow, and Jun Luosha had already joined the battle. After joining the battlefield, the 3 women did not bother with any fancy combat techniques. Instead, they merely fought using their Tier 5 skills. Tier 5 skill, Splitting Shadows. Tier 5 skill, Blade Storm. Tier 5 skill, Sword Resonance. Suddenly, over a dozen doppelgangers of Hidden Soul appeared on the battlefield, each doppelganger carrying 150% of Hidden Soul's basic attributes. Enhanced by her god-ranked mana, her doppelgangers could easily repulse Skystar's tanks with their every attack. As for the rest of Skystar's members, they had no choice but to abandon their offensive against Fire Dance and focus solely on defense, lest they wish to get killed by Hidden Soul in a couple of moves. Immediately after Hidden Soul had single-handedly suppressed the entirety of the Skystar battle group, Gentle Snow and Jun Luosha followed up with a combination attack targeted towards Skystar's Lone Oracle. Gentle Snow's AoE attack forced the oracles to desperately erect defensive barriers on his teammates, while Jun Luosha used the opportunity to instantly end the oracle's life, reducing Skystar's healers by 1. Damn it! When Luo Tianhao saw his oracle getting killed, he knew that the fight was as good as over. Hence, he promptly turned toward the 15 cities experts and shouted, "Deploy the Star Cluster Barrier." With his battle group's strength, the best they could do was deal with Fire Dance alone. If they wished to defeat Zero Wing's 4 members, they must rely on the Star Cluster Barrier. The Star Cluster Barrier was among the most commonly seen large-scale great Grandmaster magic barriers in the Greater Gods domain. It required 1,000 Grandmaster magicians to construct, and it could suppress the basic attributes, physique, and mana of even Tier 6 gods by a minimum of 30%. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that this battle would be as good as over once the Star Cluster Barrier was deployed. It was also why he detested the idea of utilizing it previously. Meanwhile, upon hearing Luo Tianhao's command, the 15 cities participants, who had been anxiously waiting for their turn all this time, promptly executed their orders and completed the Star Cluster Barrier. Sure enough, the disparity in numbers is simply too much for just a handful of powerhouses to manage. When Mu Huangwu saw the countless stars and magic arrays appearing across Star Lake City's sky, he couldn't help but sigh. Previously, Red Frost had only managed to win the Tier 6 match because of the 15 cities' conceited attitude. She had wisely taken advantage of this fact to quickly eliminate the 15 city legions one after another before they could group up and become a significant threat. Unfortunately, Zero Wing's battle group didn't have such a luxury in the Tier 5 match. Under the effects of the Star Cluster Barrier, even mighty Tier 6 gods would be at great risk of death. It was just that Tier 6 gods would normally never let players have any opportunities to catch them in a Star Cluster Barrier out in the fields. But in a city battle, constructing a Star Cluster Barrier over a handful of players was a piece of cake. Meanwhile, after the completion of the Star Cluster Barrier, Fire Dance, Hidden Soul, Gentle Snow, and Jun Luosha were immediately subjected to a powerful suppression. Their mana was quickly weakened to the standard of ordinary Tier 6 players, while their basic attributes declined to the fragmented legendary standard. Now, they were merely a shadow of their former selves. When Luo Tianhao and his teammates sensed the effects of the Star Cluster Barrier, They couldn't help but sigh in relief. They had very nearly sullied their reputation as one of Skystar City's ace battle groups in Star Lake City, a measly third-tier city. The Star Cluster Barrier. Is it? As it so happens, I have a move called Dark Moon. As soon as Luo Tianhao and his teammates breathed a sigh of relief, Shi Feng, who had been standing by idly all this time, suddenly unsheathed the shadow incinerator hanging by his waist and executed a horizontal cut at the sky. Dark Moon Mana Technique, Sword of Space. Dark Moon was a primordial god-ranked mana technique that placed stringent requirements on the user's concentration and mana. Previously, Shi Feng could only barely execute the mana technique, even after utilizing all of his power-up abilities. But after he grasped the advanced bronze mana purification technique and elevated the strength of his mana to the standard of Tier 6 gods, he could finally execute Dark Moon without relying on any skills, albeit just barely. Meanwhile, the moment Shi Feng swung the shadow incinerator, darkness enveloped the entirety of Star Lake City. However, this darkness lasted only for a brief moment before disappearing. Immediately afterward, the sky began to split into pieces and fall to the ground like falling snow. Then, what followed was the sound of the Star Cluster Barrier shattering. TL notes. 1. Basic attributes at the legendary standard. This expression refers to players with basic attributes rivaling players fully equipped with legendary items. I personally find it incredibly awkward to write this lengthy segment. So, basic attributes at the legendary standard is the alternative I decided to go with. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 35-34, Chapter 608, Birth of a New Second-Tier City. Chapter 35-34, Chapter 608, Birth of a New Second-Tier City. Chapter 608, Birth of a New Second-Tier City. What did he do? Wasn't the Star Cluster Barrier said to be infallible even against Tier 6 gods? Luo Tianhao, who had just breathed a sigh of relief, couldn't help but gape in shock when he saw the fragmented stars and magic arrays in the sky. He simply couldn't comprehend what just happened. This was the Star Cluster Barrier they were talking about. It was a great Grandmaster barrier known for being effective against gods. Of all the past instances where the Star Cluster Barrier had been deployed in a city battle, not once did it meet with failure. Yet now, less than 5 seconds after this supposedly infallible magic barrier was deployed, it had met its end at a swing of Shi Feng's sword. At this moment, Luo Tianhao wasn't the only one stupefied by this development. Seated at Star Lake City's spectator stands, Xia Qingying and Mu Huangwu similarly couldn't believe their eyes. The Star Cluster Barrier might be commonly used in the Greater Gods domain, but it remained a trump card the various powers used to raid world bosses. So long as the Star Cluster Barrier was deployed, even Tier 6 gods could be killed. Yet, now, this almighty barrier had failed to last even one move from Shi Feng, guild leader. When Fire Dance, who had been having difficulty fending off the attacks of Skystar's aces, saw the shattered Star Cluster Barrier, she couldn't help but look at Shi Feng with widened eyes. At this moment, she felt as if this was the first time she was getting to know Shi Feng, or more specifically, Zero Wing. As a former vice commander of Silverfrost City, Fire Dance was very knowledgeable regarding the Star Cluster Barrier's capabilities. She had also seen records of the barrier in action when browsing through Silverfrost City's archives. So long as the Star Cluster Barrier was deployed in a city battle, the battle would become a one-sided slaughter unless the opponent could similarly deploy a great Grandmaster barrier. Either that, or if the opposing side had a one-star great Grandmaster capable of materializing a divine artifact. However, Fire Dance was certain that Shi Feng was neither in possession of a divine artifact, nor was he a one-star great Grandmaster. Qingying, who is he? After recovering his senses, Mu Huang Wu promptly turned toward Xia Qingying, his eyes filled with excitement and desire. That mana usage, it's simply unheard of. That attack could probably rival the attacks of divine artifact-wielding taboos. Already, ordinary experts might not be able to tell exactly how powerful Shifeng's attack was, but as a 3-star mental strength grandmaster and a Tier 6 expert who had mastered 5 basic laws and 1 advanced law, Mu Huangwu knew exactly how frightening it was. Shifeng's utilization of the law of space in his attack had reached an incredible extent. This, in turn, allowed his mana to experience a qualitative improvement, going beyond the standard of Tier 6 gods and rivaling the standard of ancient gods. Ancient gods. These were existences who had once coexisted with primordial gods before the latter disappeared in the ancient mythical era. They possessed strength that far surpassed the Tier 6 gods of modern times, and the various powers and many apex experts of the greater gods' domain could only hope to chase after their footsteps. Only players wielding divine artifacts could hope to fight against ancient gods in the current age of God's domain. As for everyone else, they weren't even qualified to stand before an ancient god. Yet despite being in the body of a Tier 5 player, Shifeng could exhibit the power of an ancient god. How could Mu Huangwu not find this exciting? Who is he? When Xia Qingying heard Mu Huangwu's question, she couldn't help but wryly smile as she looked at Shifeng as if she was looking at a stranger. I might have known him in the past, but now I truly have no idea who he is. If it was before today, she would have dared to say that she already knew everything there was to know about Shifeng. After all, way back when she first established a partnership with Shifeng, she had already conducted a thorough investigation into his background. Before establishing Zero Wing, Shifeng was merely the dismissed guild leader of a second-rate guild called Shadow. Although he was somewhat famous in Jinhai City and known by others as the Sword Magician, he had only been a level 200 Tier 3 Sword King in God's domain during his peak. Even in their homeworld, Shifeng would be considered a nobody in their homeworld, let alone the greater God's domain. Not even the executives of first-rate guilds would take a second look at him, much less individuals like herself and Mu Huangwu. Yet, now, the nobody who used to be no more than a level 200 Tier 3 Sword King in their homeworld had become an expert capable of shattering the star cluster barrier with one attack. Even if she were to provide concrete evidence detailing Shifeng's past, she highly doubted Mu Huangwu would believe a single word. "Are you trying to mess with me, Qingying?" Mu Huangwu refused to believe Xia Qingying's words. "I know he is most certainly of extraordinary origins, but I assure you I won't cross any boundaries. I simply want to know who he is." "You just want to know who he is? That's simple." In her sincerest tone, Xia Qingying said, "He is Zero Wing's acting guild leader." Looking at Xia Qingying, Mu Huangwu suddenly felt that the little girl was getting more and more mischievous. Mu Huangwu wasn't the only one curious about Shifeng's identity. Whether it was the 15 cities or Luo Tianhao, they were all curious about it. Anyone capable of surviving in a third-tier city was not a fool. Although many people failed to understand how Shifeng's attack managed to accomplish what it did, they still understood that anyone capable of destroying a great Grandmaster barrier in one attack couldn't possibly be an ordinary person. "Frost, you've been telling me to blindly trust our little friend without telling me his identity all this time. Can you tell me who he is now?" Feng Yiqing asked as he looked at Shifeng's image, his eyes filled with burning anticipation. Initially, even when Red Frost continuously tried to persuade him and put her reputation on the line, he still had his doubts about clashing against the 15 cities. If not for Red Frost saying that there was a chance he could take a step forward and become a true great grandmaster, he would have never staked the entire Star Lake City on Shifeng. However, after witnessing Shifeng's mind-blowing sword strike, Feng Yiqing knew he had made the right decision. An ancient god, Shifeng most definitely shared an intricate connection with the near-extinct ancient gods. Otherwise, there was no way he could exhibit the power of taboos. If he could master even a fraction of that power, it would no longer be a dream for him to become a great grandmaster in his lifetime. Seeing Feng Yiqing's eager expression, Red Frost faintly smiled and said, "Isn't he Zero Wings, acting guild leader?" You little Feng Yiqing couldn't help but be exasperated by Red Frost's response. "Fine. Don't tell me then. In any case, I'll have plenty of opportunities to get to know this young man." "That's true." Red Frost smirked as she returned her gaze to Shifeng's image. With the destruction of the star cluster barrier, the outcome of the city battle was as good as decided. Even the subsequent Tier 4 match was no longer of any consequence. This was because everyone knew that a new second-tier city would be born today, and that city would be none other than Star Lake City. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 35. Chapter 609. Shocking all sides. Chapter 35. Chapter 609. Shocking all sides. Chapter 609. Shocking all sides. Following the sound of a bell, the city battle involving 16 third-tier cities officially ended. However, out of the 16 cities, only Star Lake City was filled with lively voices. As for the other 15 cities, they fell into a dead silence, unable to accept the outcome of the city battle. 3 consecutive defeats. It was originally supposed to be a one-sided domination of Star Lake City by the 15 mobile cities. Yet, what ended up happening was the domination of the 15 cities instead. Like the Tier 5 match, Zero Wing had single-handedly annihilated the 15 cities' forces in the Tier 4 match. The outcome had dumbfounded everyone spectating the match, and it was especially so for Star Lake City's various powers. Crap, what's the deal with Zero Wing? I can accept the Tier 5 match's results since the participants were Zero Wing's executives, but how did Zero Wing's newcomers become such monsters as well? Since when did Clay Blade and Pace Angel become so amazing? Didn't they arrive at Star Lake City in the same period I did? Incredible! All 20 members of Zero Wing's Tier 4 battle group have strength rivaling Tier 5 players. That Clay Blade and Pace Angel even have legendary standard basic attributes. Whether it was Shifeng or Red Frost, they had long been famous in Star Lake City. So, even though the two exhibited astonishing strength in the Tier 5 and Tier 6 matches, the shock everyone experienced from seeing the two's performance was a little more subdued compared to the shock they experienced from watching the Tier 4 match that just concluded. It was especially so when everyone saw Clay Blade and Pace Angel's performance. Due to Clay Blade and Pace Angel's affiliation with Zero Wing, every power operating in Star Lake City had long possessed their detailed information. Meanwhile, everyone's evaluation of the two was that they were both at the standard of ordinary participants. Under normal circumstances, it would take them many years to meet the requirements to join an ace battle group in Star Lake City. There was even a possibility they might never qualify until they retired. Yet, contrary to everyone's expectations, Clay Blade and Pace Angel displayed strength that even the various powers of Star Lake City had to fear during the city battle. Meanwhile, the only explanation everyone could come up with was that Zero Wing had something to do with Clay Blade and Pace Angel's astonishing growth. And anyone who said otherwise would be lying or delusional. For a time, many newcomers who had recently joined Star Lake City's various powers began to yearn for Zero Wing. Many also regretted their decision not to join Zero Wing. Otherwise, they might have obtained strength rivaling or even surpassing Clay Blade and Pace Angel. Myriad Forest City's VIP viewing room. "What should we do now, City Lord?" Myriad Sky asked, her complexion a little pale as she looked toward Myriad Forest City's city lord, sitting beside her. Star Lake City is bound to become a second-tier city after this. Originally, they thought that, after their defeat in the Tier 5 and Tier 6 matches, they could rely on the Tier 4 match to temporarily hinder Star Lake City's promotion to a second-tier city. However, they did not expect such a devastating outcome. 3 consecutive victories. After obtaining such a result against the 15 cities, Star Lake City would undoubtedly become a second-tier city. At that time, many upper-ranking hegemonic powers would seek to establish themselves in Star Lake City. So long as Star Lake City gave the word, these upper-ranking hegemonic powers seeking to join Star Lake City would be more than willing to bring Myriad Forest City to the brink of ruin. "There's nothing we can do," Myriad Forest City's city lord said, sighing. Then he whispered, "Get in touch with Zero Wing. So long as Zero Wing is willing to spare us, we will compensate with 20 drops of Stardew and 4,000 life potions." "Isn't that a little too much?" Myriad Sky quietly asked. A sum of 4,000 bottles was already equivalent to half a year's consumption for the Myriad Forest Legion. Moreover, although life potions had a price tag of 50,000 star coins per bottle, acquiring them in bulk wasn't easy. Even Myriad Forest City would have difficulty taking out so many bottles on such short notice. As for Stardew, it was even more precious a resource. 20 drops of Stardew were already equivalent to 1/3 of Myriad Forest City's current stockpile. If they were to give away 20 drops, it would take many years for Myriad Forest City to recover the loss. Even if that's the case, we still have to give it. We cannot afford to provoke Zero Wing. Haven't you seen that even Skystar City's ace battle group was defeated? In a sense, Zero Wing is even more terrifying than Silverfrost City, Myriad Forest City's city lord said, shaking his head. Zero Wing has only recently started to develop, so it is probably lacking in cultivation resources. If we drag our feet until Zero Wing has fully grown, even if we offer to double the compensation at that time, Zero Wing might not bother to accept it. "I'll take care of it, then," Myriad Sky said, no longer hesitating. No third-tier city could withstand the wrath of a second-tier city, much less Zero Wing, an existence capable of going up against a first-tier city's ace battle group. Myriad Forest City wasn't the only city to secretly contact Zero Wing. At the same time, the city lords of the other third-tier cities had similarly sent people to get in touch with Zero Wing, hoping to gain Zero Wing's forgiveness. While all this was happening, seated at the central position of the VIP viewing room, Xiao Quan wore an ashen look on his face. He had naturally noticed the actions of the city lords around him. Unfortunately, there was nothing he could do about it. Others might not know the extent of Shifeng's strength after seeing his attack during the Tier 5 match, but as an outer member of Demon's Gate, Xiao Quan understood it very well. Simply put, it was over. There was nothing more he could hope to accomplish against Zero Wing. Not to mention, Zero Wing's foundation far exceeded his expectations. Not only did Zero Wing's Tier 5 members perform astonishingly, but even the guild's relatively unknown Tier 4 members had shown themselves capable of transcending tiers. At this point in time, Zero Wing simply wasn't an existence he could afford to provoke. No wonder Xia Qingying supported him so strongly back then. When Xiao Quan rewatched Shifeng's battle footage, a hint of regret and anger filled his eyes. It had always been his principle to befriend the strong. Had he known that Shifeng possessed such strength earlier on, he would have chosen to discreetly resolve the issue with Silk Radish instead. But while I might have offended him after this, with the current strength of Zero Wing and Star Lake City, they still aren't a threat to my position in Silverfrost City. At worst, I'll just avoid having any dealings with them in the future. He honestly hadn't expected things to turn out this way when he belittled Shifeng back during the Green God Corporation's recruitment event. However, As the son of Silver Frost City's city lord and an outer member of Demon's Gate, Shao Quan did not have to fear Zero Wing and Star Lake City, either. There were significant differences between second-tier and third-tier city battles. Firstly, the scale was different. Instead of just 200 participants per tier, cities would have to field 1,000 participants per tier. Secondly, the Tier 6 match was weighted even more heavily, making up 60% of the final score. In comparison, the Tier 6 match of third-tier city battles didn't make up even 50% of the final score. Lastly, due to the low number of second-tier cities on the Starlight continent, second-tier cities were only allowed to engage in a city battle with the same opponent once every 5 years. Because of these 3 points, very few second-tier cities would ever face the threat of demotion. What was more likely to happen was a change in rulership or a complete overhaul of City Legion members. Shortly after, Shao Quan boarded a supersonic aircraft and returned to Silver Frost City less than half an hour after the city battle ended. Then, treating the city battle as nothing more than a trivial matter, he immersed himself in training, completely ignoring the matter of Star Lake City and Zero Wing. Meanwhile, an hour after Shao Quan left, the 15 cities began transferring their power furnaces to Star Lake City one after another. At the same time, the Zero Wing Training Center became overcrowded with representatives and young geniuses who were either here to congratulate Zero Wing or join Zero Wing. All of a sudden, the training center had become the focal point of Star Lake City. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3538, Chapter 612, Help with Training. Chapter 3538, Chapter 612, Help with Training. Chapter 612, Help with Training. Zero Wing Training Center, top floor, Guild Leader's Office, under Gentle Snow's lead. Mu Huangwu, Xia Qingying, and 17 youths entered Shifeng's office, instantly making the spacious room a little crowded. Of the 17 youths following Mu Huangwu and Xia Qingying for war suits looking like bodyguards, while the remaining 13 wore black sportswear. The youths in sportswear wore the Starry Scythe emblem, a symbol denoting their official membership with the Night Watch City's Night Watch Legion. The 17 young men and women stood in 2 rows and wore stern expressions, the uniformity of their actions making them look like trained soldiers. The weakest among them was a 2-star Grandmaster, while 2 were even 2-star Limit Grandmasters. Even when these youths were just standing there, Hidden Soul and Gentle Snow couldn't help but feel a strong pressure coming from them. Incredible! Sure enough, the Green God Corporation is vastly superior to the average corporation, Shifeng inwardly exclaimed after looking at the 13 youths behind Mu Huangwu and Xia Qingying. Typically, the young talents nurtured by powers operating in second-tier cities could, at best, become 1-star grandmasters before the age of 30. This wasn't simply due to a lack of talent. It was also due to a lack of resources. Yet, of the 17 youths Mu Huangwu and Xia Qingying had brought with them, all of them were under 25. And among the 13 new faces, one of them, a young man with a short stature and a pretty face, even looked like he was no older than 16 or 17. When Shifeng saw the young man, he quickly recognized the other party. The young man was none other than the White Emperor, Azure Shadow. In Shifeng's previous life, Azure Shadow was one of the pseudo-great grandmasters nurtured by Mu Huangwu. At the same time, he was the youngest taboo under the Green God Corporation's command. Despite not owning a divine artifact, Azure Shadow could exhibit the power of taboos. During his peak, he even ranked among the 10 great rangers of the greater God's domain. At the time, even without divine artifacts, he could still rival ancient gods. According to rumors, if the White Emperor could get his hands on a divine artifact, he could even compete for the top 3 spots among the 10 great rangers. However, following Mu Huangwu's retirement, Azure Shadow also vanished without a trace, his disappearance becoming a mystery in the Green God Corporation. After taking a seat, Mu Huangwu got straight to the point and asked, "May I know if our previous discussion of partnership is still valid, guild leader sure? Are you talking about Zero Wing helping the Green God Corporation's members enter the Night Watch Legion's ace battle groups?" Shifeng asked, recalling Xia Qingying's previous business proposal after hearing Mu Huangwu's question. "That's right." Mu Huangwu nodded excitedly. Then he pointed at the 17 youths behind him and said, "So long as Zero Wing can help the Green God Corporation nurture them and help them join an ace battle group in the Night Watch Legion, I can promise Zero Wing 70% of their city contribution on behalf of the Green God Corporation." "You want Zero Wing to train them?" Shifeng couldn't help but be a little stunned as he turned to look at the equally stunned youths. "Are you sure you're not joking with me, Elder Mu?" The 17 youths behind Mu Huangwu were the Green God Corporation's core paragons. Moreover, each of them was a bona fide Tier 6 expert in God's domain. They were already regarded as executives in the Green God Corporation, and they were existences standing at the apex of God's domain. Yet, Mu Huangwu was offering to let Zero Wing borrow their strength, even if it was under the condition of training. It was still a ludicrous offer. Honestly, if it wasn't for Mu Huangwu's unique status, Shifeng would have instantly written off Mu Huangwu's words as nonsense. After all, even in the various upper-ranking hegemonic powers, only guild leaders and vice-guild leaders would have the authority to mobilize such a force. If Xia Qingying, a senior vice president of the Green God Corporation, were to try the same, the 17 youths wouldn't have heeded her orders at all, much less go under the wing of another power. "I'm not joking," Mu Huangwu stated definitively. "I have brought them all up from when they were still children. If any of them dare disobey your arrangements, just tell me, and I'll teach them a lesson." Hearing Mu Huangwu's words, the 17 youths shuddered and quickly retracted whatever words they originally intended to say. Meanwhile, Xia Qingying couldn't help but look at Mu Huangwu in disbelief. Originally, she thought Mu Huangwu had only come to agree to Shifeng's conditions and have Shifeng assist these 17 youths in getting into the Night Watch Legion's ace battle groups. She never imagined Mu Huangwu would leave the training of these youths to Shifeng. It should be known that these youths were paragons that the Green God Corporation had nurtured with the intention of sending them into conglomerates or pseudo-apex powers. They were meant to pave a smoother path for the Green God Corporation in the future. It was why the Green God Corporation had invested so heavily in developing these youths. Even if these youths failed to become core executives in the corporations or pseudo-apex powers they had joined, they would still become existences wielding a certain degree of authority. Yet, Mu Huangwu was offering to let Zero Wing, or more specifically, Shifeng, instruct these youths. So long as this deal went through, these youths would effectively owe Shifeng a favor. In that case, should Shifeng encounter any trouble and require assistance in the future, he could call upon these youths, and they would be obligated to help him, lest they wish to be known as ungrateful. "If you truly wish for Zero Wing to train them, we can do that for you, Elder Mu," Shifeng answered. Then he calmly looked toward the 2 rows of youths and continued, "But Zero Wing has a condition." Following Shifeng's words, the 17 youths present couldn't help but cast a contemptuous look toward him. They would only be training under Zero Wing for several days. There was no way they could achieve any improvements in such a short time. This was simply a way for Mu Huangwu to sell Shifeng a favor. Under such circumstances, Shifeng should already be thanking his lucky stars if they were even willing to listen to his commands. Yet, despite being offered such a generous deal, Shifeng still dared to ask for more. "Feel free to state your condition, guild leader, sure." Mu Huangwu did not get angry at Shi Feng's words. On the contrary, he smiled and said, not to mention one condition, even 10 conditions wouldn't be a problem. Elder Mu. Azure Shadow couldn't help but look toward Mu Huangwu anxiously. After all was said and done, the 17 of them were all Tier 6 players. Moreover, they were either pseudo-fifth floor experts or experts who had mastered saint-ranked mana techniques. Even alone, each of them could put up a good fight against fifth-floor experts. Not to mention, they were all equipped with legendary weapons. In terms of combat power, they already stood at the apex of God's domain. Moreover, as individuals who had become 2-star grandmasters at such a young age, they had a limitless future ahead of them. Yet, Mu Huangwu was now making it seem as if they were the lucky ones for being able to train under Zero Wing. However, Mu Huangwu did not offer any explanations and simply sent a sharp glare at Azure Shadow, causing the youth to keep quiet. You jest, Elder Mu. Nonchalantly, Shi Feng said, I only need them to sign a God's Domain contract promising lifetime confidentiality and pay a training fee of 10 God crystals per person. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 35-39, Chapter 613, Actual Tier 6 Players. Chapter 35-39, Chapter 613, Actual Tier 6 Players. Chapter 613, Actual Tier 6 Players, 10 God Crystals. That's daylight robbery. Upon hearing Shi Feng's conditions, Azure Shadow could no longer hold himself back. Every power had its own systems when it came to developing geniuses, so it was normal for Shi Feng to wish to keep Zero Wing's training system a secret, so long as the conditions in the God's Domain contract weren't excessive. They would have no problem signing it. But it was a different story for the training fee of 10 God Crystals. God Crystals might not be as rare as fragmented legendary weapons, but they were still considered a strategic resource by the greater God's Domain's various powers. They could be used to restore certain fragmented legendary items into legendary items. Hence, most powers would keep a tight hold over their God Crystals. At present, the market value of a God Crystal was only slightly lower than that of a piece of fragmented legendary equipment. And as 10 God Crystals were enough to repair most fragmented legendary items, a sum of 10 God Crystals was essentially equivalent to one piece of legendary equipment. In other words, Shi Feng was asking to be paid 17 pieces of legendary equipment for training them for only several days. Not even Apex powers would dare make such an egregious demand. Even Xia Qingying, who favored Shi Feng training the Green God Corporation's talents, couldn't help but doubt her ears when she heard Shi Feng's price. At this point, Shi Feng might as well ask if he could clean out the Green God Corporation's coffers. Zero Wing won't insist on the matter, Shi Feng said, chuckling. We can simply follow our previous agreement. In return for helping your members join the Night Watch Legion's ace battle groups, Zero Wing will receive 70% of their city contributions. As for our bet, Elder Mu, you will need to help with training Zero Wing's members from time to time. Following Shi Feng's words, the 17 youths standing behind Mu Huangwu instantly exploded into an uproar. Elder Mu, it's already enough for us to have your training. Even without Zero Wing's help, we can still become aces in the Night Watch Legion. I agree. With our strength and talent, even if we fail to become aces this year, we can definitely make it next year. We'll only miss out on, at most, 1 or 2 city battles. The loss of points won't affect the corporation's plans in the long run. The 17 youths spoke up one after another. Although none of them outright mentioned Zero Wing as being the crux of the problem, they clearly indicated that the transaction with Zero Wing wasn't worthwhile, and Shi Feng was merely taking them for fools. Okay, we'll go with your arrangement. Guild leader, sure. I'll pay 10 god crystals for each of them, Mu Huangwu said after some hesitation. Once their training concludes, I will hand you all 170 god crystals. Can we sign the contract now? Elder Mu, that's 170 god crystals we are talking about, Xia Qingying worriedly said. She couldn't help but be astonished by Mu Huangwu's decision. A sum of 170 god crystals was by no means insignificant. Previously, even after Shifeng was willing to part with an astronomical amount of wealth, she had only managed to collect 200 god crystals from the Eternal Chamber of Commerce. Although Mu Huangwu had plenty of resources on hand due to him being one of the Green God Corporation's 3-star grandmasters, it still wouldn't be easy for him to take out 170 god crystals. He might even have to make some sacrifices with regard to the Green God Corporation's branch in Nightwatch City. No matter how Xia Qingying thought about it, she simply couldn't understand why Mu Huangwu was willing to go to such lengths. Don't worry, Vice President Xia. I've been saving for many years, so I can still afford to take out 170 god crystals, Mu Huangwu explained, understanding Xia Qingying's concerns. Since I suggested this partnership, I will shoulder the full payment. If you are willing to go that far, I won't be against it, Xia Qingying said, waving her hand and indirectly expressing that she would keep this matter a secret from the corporation's other executives. Subsequently, Mu Huangwu took the initiative to hash out a God's Domain contract via his quantum watch. The contract mainly detailed the transaction between him and Zero Wing. As for the confidentiality contract meant for Azure Shadow and the others, Shifeng would have to prepare it himself. Meanwhile, after seeing all that Mu Huangwu had done, Shifeng naturally wouldn't dissuade or object to the other party's decision. On the contrary, he welcomed it very much. Shifeng urgently needed God crystals and 7 Luminaries crystals, so much so that he even intended to trade some of Star Lake City's contribution points for God crystals and 7 Luminaries crystals. Otherwise, there was little he could do with his existing stockpiles. Here is the confidentiality contract. Have a look at it. You can sign it if you find no problems with it, Shifeng said as he sent each of the 17 youths a lifetime confidentiality contract. The contract's terms were simple. Azure Shadow and the others were simply required to keep all details regarding their training a secret. Should they leak information without Shifeng's consent, they would be permanently banished from God's domain. After Azure Shadow and the others finished reading, they briefly looked at the contract Mu Huangwu signed before placing their signature on their respective confidentiality contracts. Excellent. Since we have established our partnership, training will commence tonight, Shifeng said after seeing all 17 youths sign the confidentiality contract. Then, he sent them the coordinates of the miniature ancient world's world passage and continued, log into God's domain tonight and head to these coordinates. We will meet up there and begin your training. Although he wasn't particularly keen on letting these 17 youths in on Zero Wing's secrets, it would be a waste not to make use of their strength. After all, these were 17 Tier 6 players equipped with legendary weapons they were talking about. They were existences that even conglomerates and upper-ranking hegemonic powers would try to avoid provoking. Got it. We'll be there on time. Azure Shadow and the others responded after memorizing the coordinates. However, despite none of them saying it, all of them had already inwardly decided they would make trouble for Zero Wing's Tier 5 guild leader later on. Meanwhile, after the partnership was established, Mu Huangwu's group returned to their accommodations in Star Lake City. On their way back, Mu Huangwu urged Azure Shadow and the others to quickly head toward the meeting point, his urging exasperating the 17 youths. Meanwhile, back in Shifeng's office, do you really plan on bringing them with us, guild leader? Hidden Soul couldn't help but ask as she watched Shifeng organizing some documents. The Western continent remains a secret even in the eternal realm right now. Of course. Shifeng nodded and smiled. This is a rare opportunity. Since I've already agreed to train them, I naturally have to do my best. Moreover, not only am I going to take them to the Western continent, but I'm also going to let them learn the mana purification technique. I intend to thoroughly change the power structure of existing second-tier city legions and let that young master Xiao know the price of provoking Zero Wing. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3540, Chapter 614. Instructor Black Flame. Chapter 3540, Chapter 614. Instructor Black Flame. Chapter 614. Instructor Black Flame. Silver Frost City, City Lord's Mansion. Inside an isolated room the size of a football field, numerous youths clad in standardized sportswear were nimbly evading air bullets coming from their surroundings while rapidly ascending a majestic staircase made of singularite. The metal staircase consisted of 300 steps. With each step these youths ascended, the grimmer their expressions would become. Some youths would also become incapable of moving their feet after reaching the 100th step and beyond, and so long as any youth stopped moving, they would quickly be sent flying off the staircase by multiple air bullets. Then, they would quickly get back on their feet and resume climbing the staircase again. Although most of these youths were under the age of 25, each and every one of them was a 2-star Grandmaster. Several youths had even developed their mental strength to the 2-star limit Grandmaster standard already. However, compared to the youths continuously struggling to climb the staircase, the man with graying hair standing on the 298th step was a stark contrast. Even when struck by air bullets repeatedly, the man stood firm in his position. When the air bullets struck the gray-haired man, they were like rocks hitting the bottom of the ocean. Their impact created neither any sound nor any ripples. It was as if these air bullets didn't actually exist. The City Lord is incredible. I have to use all my strength just to withstand a hit from those air bullets. Yet the City Lord can neutralize the air bullets' impact simply by manipulating his muscles. Is this the strength of 3-star Grandmasters? The City Lord is probably at the cusp of becoming a great Grandmaster already. If he can take the final step, Silver Frost City will welcome a new era of prosperity. When the youths resting below the staircase looked at the man standing on the 298th step, passion and reverence burned in their eyes. The man was Xiao Yihu, Silver Frost City's legendary city lord, and the role model of countless geniuses and paragons. Not only was Xiao Yihu a pseudo-great Grandmaster, but he was also a member of the Galaxy Conglomerate's esteemed Council of Elders. Over the centuries, he had nurtured numerous outstanding disciples, some of whom had become the core executives of upper-ranking hegemonic powers. A few of his disciples were even part of the Galaxy Conglomerate's Council of Elders currently. While the resting youths were trying to figure out how they could receive Xiao Yihu's guidance, Xiao Yihu's resting eyes suddenly snapped open. Then, in only a dozen steps, he arrived at the bottom of the staircase and looked at the young man who had just entered the room. The young man had a fit body and a cold expression. The instant he appeared, all the resting youths in the room kept quiet and looked at the young man respectfully. Did something happen on little Quan's side? Jiancheng? Xiao Yihu asked in a low voice as he looked at the young man approaching him. Nothing happened to Xiao Quan during his outing, City Lord, the young man named Jiangcheng reported. But something did happen over at Star Lake City. Did the 15 cities lose? Xiao Yihu asked. Then, in a slightly angry tone, he continued, "What a bunch of useless imbeciles. Can't they even complete such a simple task?" Not only did the 15 cities lose, but Star Lake City has also been promoted into a second-tier city, Jiancheng said, nodding. Then he handed Xiao Yihu a report and continued, Here are the details of the city battle. Zero Wing is much stronger than anticipated, and even Skystar City's ace battle group has suffered defeat at Zero Wing's hands. Zero Wing is indeed strong. Old Feng has also finally gotten his lifelong wish. It's a pity that he is unaware of how deep the waters of second-tier cities are, Xiao Yihu nonchalantly commented after reading the report. Regardless, tell little Quan to focus on developing his mental strength and stop wasting time on trivial matters. The upcoming ranking battle between second-tier cities is what you all should be prioritizing. Understood. Jiancheng responded before taking his leave. He was not surprised at all by Xiao Yihu's indifference towards Star Lake City's promotion. It was indeed unexpected for Star Lake City to get promoted to a second-tier city, and for Zero Wing to defeat Skystar City's ace battle group. However, compared to the vast Starlight continent, their achievements remained insignificant. It was especially so in Xiao Yihu's eyes. In his opinion, all of the city battles taking place within Silver Frost City's sphere of activity were nothing more than a fight between children. Even second-tier city battles were not an exception. The only thing that Xiao Yihu was truly concerned about was the Starlight Continent's second-tier ranking battle, held by the Gods Domain Association once every decade. Everything else was of little significance. Greater Gods Domain, Miniature Ancient Worlds World Passages, Entrance. This should be the place Guild leader Shi Feng mentioned. Fire Dance. A level 171 assassin wearing a crimson leather jacket and a ponytail said as she looked at the 17 youths beside her. Azure, you all best not mess around during training. You are here to accept Zero Wing's training, so that you can pass the Ace Battle Group selection, not to cause trouble. Fire Dance was acquainted with Azure Shadow's group. They had met a few years ago. She had even trained alongside these youths under Mu Huangwu in the past. Therefore, she knew that these 17 youths were rebellious individuals. It was especially so for Azure Shadow. Due to his extraordinary talent, he refused to obey anyone but Mu Huangwu in the Green God Corporation. The Green God Corporation had hired many reputable instructors to rein in Azure Shadow's rebellious attitude in the past. However, none of those instructors managed to last very long before Azure Shadow finished mastering all they had to teach. Azure Shadow had even gone on to defeat each and every one of those instructors in a spar, causing those instructors to leave with injured pride. This situation had given the Green God Corporation a huge headache. We know Big Sis Fire, Azure Shadow, a level 173 ranger, said as he smiled at Fire Dance. But if we are superior to the person responsible for training us, what qualifications does that person have to train us? Not to mention, we even paid such an exorbitant price for this training. I agree with Azure. Big Sis Fire. You are now a member of Zero Wing, so you get to join this training for free. But the rest of us had to pay a total of 170 God Crystals. If Zero Wing's training turns out to be too simple, wouldn't we have wasted all those God Crystals? Following Azure Shadow's words, the rest of the youths also started to chime in. At this point, they could already imagine Zero Wing's instructor leaving in dejection after losing to them. You all, Fire Dance experienced a headache when she saw what Azure Shadow and the others were planning to do. She was fully aware of the talent the 17 youths possessed. If not for her having a fortuitous encounter and being with the Green God Corporation for a much longer time, she would have probably lost to Azure Shadow and the others in combat standards long ago. It was especially so for Azure Shadow. The young man was practically a monster. Even when faced with complicated advanced silver combat techniques, Azure Shadow needed no more than a few tries to master them completely. He could even take things a step further and combine them to create his own exclusive techniques. At this point, only fifth-floor experts capable of predicting future moves could beat Azure Shadow in a contest of combat techniques. While Fire Dance was conversing with Azure Shadow's group, a cloaked swordsman approached them. Following this swordsman's appearance, Fire Dance couldn't help but be stunned. Guild Leader Black Flame. TL notes, one singularite, it's a made-up name. Ross is supposed to be singular metal. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3541, Chapter 615, Crazed Night Watch Members. Chapter 3541, Chapter 615, Crazed Night Watch Members. Chapter 615, Crazed Night Watch Members. Why is he here? Fire Dance couldn't help but doubt her eyes when she saw the cloaked swordsman before her, Black Flame, the 11th ranked player on the Sacred Glory list. This was a name known by all throughout the Greater Gods domain. As for Zero Wings members, both Black Flame's name and appearance were deeply ingrained into their minds. While Fire Dance was training alongside Zero Wings members for the city battle, she had heard plenty of things about Black Flame. Hence, she was considerably familiar with the player named Black Flame. In the Eternal Realm, Black Flame had single-handedly suppressed an army of tens of thousands of Holy Race players. Later on, Black Flame had single-handedly erased the headquarters of 3 upper-ranking hegemonic powers in the miniature ancient world. Aside from achievements, Black Flame was also well-connected. He shared close ties with 3 Golden Masters and Ink Chelan, a vice-commander of the Scarecrow Fox Adventurer team, even openly expressed her respect toward him. These 4 individuals would also often collaborate with Zero Wing in exploring the Crystal City of Secrets' underground Crystal Palace. At this point, Black Flame could already be considered a legendary figure in the Greater Gods domain. He wasn't someone that the average person could hope to meet. The Lord of War goddesses. When Azure Shadow saw Sherfong, a hint of shock flashed in his eyes. He didn't think Zero Wing would send its true guild leader to come to instruct them. It seems Zero Wing is going all out this time to have its guild leader come to train us personally. No wonder guild leader Sherfong asked for such an exorbitant fee. Black Flame's status as the 11th ranked Sacred Glory expert alone already makes the fee worthwhile. When the rest of the Night Watch Battle Group's members saw that it was Sherfong approaching them, they couldn't help but start a hushed discussion among themselves. It was especially so when they felt Sherfong, who was only a Tier 5 player, radiating an aura stronger than theirs. While the Sacred Glory list's significance might not be comparable to the Divine Glory list, anyone capable of entering the Sacred Glory list would still be regarded as a VIP in any realm. Not to mention the Green God Corporation, even the average upper-ranking hegemonic power and conglomerate would have difficulty employing the assistance of such individuals. So what if he's ranked 11th on the Sacred Glory list? Azure Shadow said in the team chat, he'll still need to have actual abilities to train us. I guess you're right. After thinking it over, the rest of the Night Watch Battle Group's members nodded in agreement. Black Flame might be famous, but that wouldn't necessarily mean he was qualified to train them. It was especially so for someone like Black Flame, who relied heavily on external items. The primary reason Black Flame could achieve his current status was due to his ability to summon war goddesses. When it came to actual combat standards, he wouldn't necessarily be superior to them. While Azure Shadow and the others were having a secret discussion among themselves, Sherfong briefly swept his gaze across Fire Dance and the 17 youths. Since everyone's here, follow me, Sherfong said, chuckling when he saw the 17 youths scrutinizing him. But before we leave, let me remind you that you must keep everything you see later on a secret. Also, as this training is meant for nurturing Zero Wing's internal members, you are only allowed to stay until the Night Watch Legion's Ace Battle Group selection. After that, you will all have to leave. Upon hearing Sherfang's reminder, aside from Fire Dance, everyone else present revealed contemptuous expressions. They had experienced all kinds of training in the past. They had even participated in training camps jointly hosted by multiple powerful conglomerates and upper-ranking hegemonic powers. So they didn't believe, even for a second, that Zero Wing could provide them with any noteworthy training. Yet, Shifeng was making Zero Wing's training sound like it was the most precious thing in the world. At this time, Azure Shadow and the others became further resolved to complete whatever training Zero Wing had to offer before the training session was anywhere close to completion. Then, they would take their leave without hesitation. Meanwhile, Shifeng did not bother to offer any additional explanations, even when he saw the 17 youths' contemptuous expressions. He simply led the group to a deserted area of the Void Sea and waited for world-breaking gates cool down to end. Then, he spent another 1,000 units of 7 luminaries crystal to bring everyone to the eternal realm. Starlight Continent, Star Lake City. As the morning sun rose, Star Lake City's airport basked in its brilliance. Even though it had only been a day since Star Lake City had gotten promoted to a second-tier city, the airport was already crowded with supersonic planes from various third-tier cities. Of the guests these supersonic planes carried to Star Lake City, apart from the various powers executives, a significant portion consisted of mental strength grandmasters and budding talents. As Star Lake City was a new second-tier city, it currently didn't face any problems with overpopulation. Hence, these individuals all sought to use this opportunity to secure themselves long-term residence in a second-tier city. Are Azure and the others still not here? Mu Huangwu muttered as he looked out through the airport lounge and at the Green God Corporation's private plane parked outside. If we still don't take off soon, we won't make it for the registration. Mu Huangwu couldn't help but find the tardiness of Azure Shadow and the others strange. After all, his disciples were normally very punctual. Not to mention, they would be flying back to Night Watch City to register for the Night Watch Legion's Ace Battle Group selection this time. If they were to miss the registration period, they would have to wait another year before they could try for an Ace Battle Group again. Did they forget when we were leaving? Xia Qingying, who had come to see Mu Huangwu's group off, similarly found this situation confusing. Mental strength grandmasters had an extremely accurate grasp on time. They could tell the precise time of day, even without looking at the time. Logically, there was no way Azure Shadow and the others would be late when they knew they had to attend an event as important as the Ace Battle Group selection. Impossible, Mu Huangwu firmly denied Xia Qingying's conjecture. I even went out of my way to remind them the time before they logged into God's domain yesterday. Did they get into an accident? When Xia Qingying heard Mu Huangwu's words, she promptly thought of contacting the God's Domain Association. Azure Shadow and the others were mental strength grandmasters. Since it was unlikely they had misremembered their flight's departure time, it must mean they had gotten into an accident. Otherwise, there was no way they would be tardy. But just as Xia Qingying was about to contact the God's Domain Association, a group hastily entered the lounge. You're finally here. Mu Huangwu sighed in relief when he saw the individuals entering the lounge. What happened to you all? Why did you arrive so late? The group of new arrivals was none other than Azure Shadow's group. Only at this moment, Azure Shadow and the others wore anxious looks on their faces, their usual calm nowhere to be seen. Let's quickly board the plane. Elder Mu, it'll be bad if we're late. Azure Shadow hurriedly said to Mu Huangwu. The other members of the Night Watch Battle Group nodded in agreement, their anxious expressions making it seem like they couldn't wait even a moment longer to board the plane. So, you actually know you're late? Mu Huangwu couldn't help but feel exasperated when he saw the anxious expressions of Azure Shadow and the others. You're lucky you made it in time. Had you all arrived any later, you would have missed the registration period. You misunderstand. Elder Mu, We're not talking about the Ace Battle Group selection. Azure Shadow hurriedly said. We already made an appointment with the instructor. The instructor will only wait half an hour for us. We only have a minute left, so we must board the plane and log into God's domain immediately. Otherwise, we're going to be late. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3542, Chapter 616, Zero Wings Training. Chapter 3542, Chapter 616, Zero Wings Training. Chapter 616, Zero Wings Training. Mu Huangwu was so stunned by Azure Shadow's words that he forgot what he was going to say. As for Xia Qingying, she similarly couldn't help but doubt if something was wrong with her ears. After all, just a day ago, Azure Shadow and the others had expressed strong hostilities and contempt towards Zero Wings Training. Yet, they were now worried they might be late for training. Let's talk another time. We're going to be late. When Azure Shadow saw that Mu Huangwu and Xia Qingying were unresponsive, he charged out of the boarding gate without hesitation. Seeing this, the other members of the Night Watch Battle Group also followed suit, leaving behind Mu Huangwu in the waiting lounge. Can you tell me what's going on, Qingying? Mu Huangwu asked as he stared at the boarding gate with a stunned expression. Anyone could tell that Azure Shadow and the others looked forward to participating in Zero Wings training. But even if they were to look forward to Zero Wings training, it didn't make sense for them to look forward to it that much. It should be known that it was to the extent that they prioritized it even more than becoming aces in the Night Watch Legion. At this moment, Mu Huangwu even suspected that if Azure Shadow and the others were made to choose between joining the Night Watch Legion's ace battle groups or participating in Zero Wings training, they would choose the latter without hesitation. This, I have no idea, either, Xia Qingying said with a wry smile. While she might be privy to some of Zero Wings' secrets, she highly doubted that something like the intermediate divine engraving could garner much interest from Azure Shadow and the others. But looking at the reactions Azure Shadow and the others had toward Zero Wings training, it was already to a point where she could describe them as fanatical. Otherwise, they wouldn't have cast aside Mu Huangwu just so that they could avoid being late for training. Eternal Realm, Western Continent, Nameless City. After boarding the Green God Corporation's private plane, Azure Shadow and the others promptly hopped into the temporary virtual gaming cabins the corporation had prepared on the plane and logged into God's domain. Then, when they saw that Zero Wings members were still resting around them, they couldn't help but sigh in relief. Thank goodness we made it back in time, Azure Shadow thought when he saw Shifeng sorting through items nearby. Before arriving at the Nameless City, Azure Shadow, as someone who had trained in the Galaxy Conglomerate's Holy Land in the past, felt that no other place could compare to said Holy Land. However, he instantly changed his mind after arriving at the Nameless City. Compared to the Nameless City, the Galaxy Conglomerate's Holy Land was nothing more than a cheap knockoff. Every corner of the Nameless City was brimming with eternal energy. Simply standing in the city allowed him to experience gradual but continuous improvement. He even felt that he could achieve a breakthrough at any moment. However, the training Shifeng provided them was even more valuable compared to the Nameless City's environment. The Bronze Mana Purification Technique. This was a technique that could allow their mana to achieve a qualitative improvement. Before today, he had never even heard of such a technique existing. Simply gaining an initial mastery over the Bronze Mana Purification Technique made him feel he could fight against Tier 6 experts fully clad in legendary weapons and equipment. Yet what was even more unbelievable was that there was something even better than the Bronze Mana Purification Technique. Unfortunately, as he and the others weren't internal members of Zero Wing, and all of the loot they acquired belonged to Zero Wing, they currently couldn't learn the advanced Bronze Purification Technique. If they wanted to learn it, they would have to kill a certain number of regional bosses, and use their contributions to exchange one. However, while their group of 17 was currently capable of moving independently of Zero Wing's group, they weren't familiar with the Nameless City's terrain. So, it would be much more effective if they searched for regional bosses with Zero Wing's group. Not to mention, Sure Foam would demonstrate flowing space from time to time. This presented them with an opportunity to watch and learn a gold combat technique up close. Gold combat techniques were incredibly rare in the greater gods domain. The various powers would treat the gold combat techniques they owned as heirlooms, and they would rarely ever share these techniques with outsiders. If outsiders wished to learn these techniques, they could only do so through watching battle videos, which was a nigh impossible task. This was due to the complexity of gold combat techniques. When players fought using gold combat techniques, they would usually only utilize fragments of the technique. Unless a player was willing to thoroughly demonstrate their gold combat technique, others would never be able to learn their technique's intricacies. Meanwhile, when Surefoam fought, he would always execute his gold combat technique from start to end for them to observe. Typically, this was a treatment only the paragons of pseudo-apex and apex powers could receive. If they were to miss this opportunity, they would absolutely regret it for the rest of their lives. All right, everyone get organized. Since everyone's back, we'll begin exploring the core region. Surefoam commanded when he saw Azure Shadow and the others returning. After fighting and learning for the entirety of last night, Azure Shadow's group had already mastered the common mana purification technique and begun to learn the bronze version. With their present combat power, it would be a waste not to explore the Nameless City's core region. The Nameless City could be categorized into 4 regions: outer, inner, central, and core. Since yesterday, they have been exploring the central region and have acquired a good harvest. Overall, they obtained 14 copies of the Advanced Bronze Purification Technique and 41 copies of the Bronze Purification Technique. Even without the help of the War Goddesses, their grinding efficiency was better than when they had the War Goddesses' assistance. However, for a regional dungeon of the Nameless City's rank, the core region would typically have many more regional bosses spawning within it than in the central region. There might even be tier 6 divine bosses guarding the place. Divine regional bosses were incredibly rare in the greater gods domain. They also had a long respawn time and were the primary target of contention between the various powers. Meanwhile, the Nameless City had only appeared not long ago. It was still in its exploration phase, hence its monsters had such a high drop rate. If they were to miss this exploration phase, even if Zero Wing could mobilize more experts to slay the Nameless City's divine regional bosses later on, their harvest might not even come close to their harvest in the current central region. After everyone organized themselves, they began advancing toward the Nameless City's core region under Shurfeng's command. After 4 hours of constant fighting, Surefoam and the others arrived at the Nameless City's core region. A thin layer of mist covered the entire core region, making it impossible for those outside to see or sense the situation inside. However, the instant everyone stepped into the mist, they promptly realized how wondrous of a location this was. The density of the eternal energy in the core region was more than double that of the central region. Only before Surefoam and the others could take their time to enjoy the significantly denser eternal energy, they saw a female swordsman of the human race running in their direction with a 1,000-man Holy Race Legion chasing after her. The swordsman in question was incredible. Despite being only a level 165, tier 5, Sword Saint, she continuously neutralized the attacks launched at her by the tier 5 Holy Race experts. It should be known that these Holy Race experts could rival tier 6 human players when empowered by their holy auras. Moreover, over 100 of them could attack the human female at a time. Yet, the most they managed to do was cause some minor damage to the human female. Even experts who had mastered gold footwork and defensive combat techniques would find difficult to achieve a similar combat performance as the human female. That swordsman is amazing, Gentle Snow exclaimed as she watched the human female repeatedly breaking out of the Holy Race players' encirclement. Even if Big Sis Chelan gets promoted into a Tier 6 Guardian Knight, she wouldn't fare much better against so many Holy Race experts. Billowing water. Sure Fong couldn't help but be surprised when he saw who the human female was. Why is she here? If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3543. Chapter 617. 17 Tier 6 players. Chapter 3543. Chapter 617. 17 Tier 6 players. Chapter 617. 17 Tier 6 players. The Blaze Conglomerate's Heart Sword. When Azure Shadow heard the name that came out of Shifeng's mouth, he couldn't help but be surprised. Do you know Miss Billowing Water, Instructor Black Flame? Azure Shadow was fortunate enough to participate in a training camp hosted by the Galaxy Conglomerate in the past. While there, he had heard many tales of a monstrous talent capable of rivaling Fry, the Galaxy Conglomerate's fourth princess. Meanwhile, the monstrously talented person was the Blaze Conglomerate's eldest, young Miss Waylon, A. Billowing Water. Although Billowing Water currently only ranked within the Sacred Glory List's top 100, she was one of the few experts capable of fighting Golden Masters despite having mastered no gold combat techniques herself. Because of her capabilities, many God's Domain critics have commented that Billowing Water could absolutely rank among the Divine Glory list in the future. I guess you can say that we are partners of sorts, Sure Fong answered, after giving the question some thought. We were part of the same team previously, and we conducted a couple of transactions. Upon hearing Sure Feng's answer, Azure Shadow and the others couldn't help but cast looks of admiration at Sure Feng. Billowing Water was the Blaze Conglomerate's first successor. She was a big shot who even Night Watch City's city lord would have little chance to come into contact with. And even if they were to meet, it was unlikely they could find a common topic to talk about, let alone become partners and conduct transactions. While big shots like Billowing Water might require a lot of resources in both the greater God's Domain and the greater world, these resources were not things that the average person could access. Anyone who could provide these resources were bound to be extraordinary individuals. Should we help her, guild leader? Gentle Snow asked when she saw Billowing Water getting surrounded once again. It might not seem like Billowing Water was in any life-threatening danger, but that would only be true for now. Once all of the 1,000 Holy Race experts managed to encircle her completely, Billowing Water would no longer have any opportunities to break through. Not to mention, as the fight dragged on, the noise made would most certainly attract the attention of nearby Holy Race players. At that time, many more Holy Race experts would join the chase. The only way Billowing Water could truly escape her current predicament was if she could quickly kill all 1,000 of the Holy Race experts chasing after her. But evidently, she couldn't accomplish that by herself. Since we've met, we naturally have to help out. Let's go, Sure Feng said, nodding. If Sure Feng wasn't acquainted with Billowing Water, he would have most likely chosen to turn a blind eye to her predicament. After all, the Western continent was the Holy Race's territory. It was especially so for the Nameless City. Engaging one of the Holy Race's player legions here wouldn't be wise. So long as a fight broke out, they would have to face endless harassment from nearby Holy Race experts, and they would be unable to explore the Nameless City properly. However, since Billowing Water was one of his partners, Sure Feng naturally couldn't just stand by and watch the Holy Race experts kill her. Subsequently, under Sure Feng's command, everyone swiftly advanced toward Billowing Water's location. Although Sure Feng and the others did not make any noise in their approach. Because their team had over 30 members, their approach quickly attracted the attention of Billowing Water and the holy race experts attacking her. Run away! Quickly run away! When Billowing Water saw Shi Feng among the group of human players approaching her, she didn't relax. On the contrary, her expression turned even grimmer as she shouted for Shi Feng's group to run away. These aren't your average holy race players. Quickly head back to Seven Luminaries Town and inform everyone that the holy race has already found a way to break the town's defenses. Seven Luminaries Town is their next target. How dare you humans trespass on our territory? None of you should think of leaving with your lives. The commander of the Holy Race Legion, a level 167 beast berserker, bellowed when he saw Shi Feng's approaching group. Everyone split up and surround the new trespassers. I'll keep this woman pinned. We must not let them spread the news. Following the beast berserker's command, the entire legion of holy race experts quickly cast aside Billowing Water and switched their attention toward Shi Feng's team. Close to 100 party and team leader-ranked holy race experts charged straight toward Shi Feng's team, while the rest of the legion split up to form an encirclement. When Billowing Water saw this, her expression quickly turned ugly. The legion pursuing her was unlike any other. Even the legion's party leaders possessed strength rivaling Moon Bamboo, the Dawnlight Party's vice party leader, while the legion's team leaders rivaled Sky Pivot, the Dawnlight Party's party leader. If not for her encountering a fortuitous opportunity in the Nameless City's core region, which allowed her to repair a significant portion of her fragmented divine weapon, she would have long been killed by this extraordinary legion. Unfortunately, Billowing Water couldn't afford to get distracted any longer as she needed to focus on surviving against the Holy Race Legion's commander, a Beast Berserker. The Beast Berserker class was a peak class among the Holy Race, but despite its lower rank, it was superior to even the human race's Saint classes. Previously, in order to cover for Billowing Water's escape, Sky Pivot and Moon Bamboo had chosen to face the Beast Berserker in a frontal confrontation. However, after only 3 exchanges, Sky Pivot and Moon Bamboo fell. They didn't even manage to distract the Beast Berserker for 5 seconds. The other party's strength was beyond terrifying. Immediately, Billowing Water gathered her scattered formless twilight and transformed it into a great sword, the weapon's mere presence destabilizing the surrounding space. With the great sword in hand, Billowing Water's strength had also increased substantially. Now, her strength was slightly superior to even level 170 divine monsters. Escape is no longer an option for you all, the Beast Berserker said. However, instead of hurrying to eliminate Billowing Water, he turned to look at Shi Feng's team and sneered. Since you dared to steal that item from us, I will show you the consequences of meddling with our affairs. When the Beast Berserker commander finished speaking, the Holy Race Legion's party and team leaders had already arrived within 100 yards of Shi Feng's team. 4 Tier 5 players. This was a distance that could be crossed in a single breath. This should be close enough. Everyone, take action. Shi Feng commanded when he saw the remaining distance between his team and the Holy Race Legion's party and team leaders. Upon receiving Shi Feng's command, Azure Shadow and the others promptly stopped concealing their information and auras with their black cloaks. Immediately, 17 illusory worlds descended upon the street and overlapped each other. At the same time, frightening divine might swept across the entire street, briefly causing all Holy Race players within a 3,000-yard radius to lose focus. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3544, Chapter 618, Fear and Panic. Chapter 3544, Chapter 618, Fear and Panic. Chapter 618, Fear and Panic, Tier 6. They're Tier 6 players. 17 Tier 6 players. How is this possible? The moment the amalgamation of divine might washed over the holy race experts, they all fell into a daze as their minds started to doubt the reality of their current situation. Tier 6 players, whether it was for the human race or the holy race, Tier 6 players were existences who had secured a hold over the laws of the world. Hence, it was extremely difficult for players to get promoted to Tier 6. In the current Eternal Realm, most experts wouldn't dare to attempt the Tier 6 promotion unless they were confident in success. This was because failure to get promoted would force players into a long state of rest, and it would be a considerable amount of time before they could make their next attempt. By the time they recovered, other experts would have long surpassed them, and they would be forced to retire from the Eternal Realm's main stage. Not to mention, the energy resources required to challenge the Tier 6 promotion were immense. Even for the Holy Race, they could only afford to let a few people challenge the Tier 6 promotion. Yet it was now revealed that among the human team consisting of only a little over 30 members, 17 of them had actually gotten promoted to Tier 6 already. Who could possibly accept this situation? Even if all 17 humans were the weakest Tier 6 players in existence, they would still be considered a frightening force in the current nameless city. They would be more than enough to go up against their legion of 1,000. Not to mention, these 17 human players weren't by any means weak for Tier 6 players. On the contrary, they were far above the average, each being stronger than Tier 6 divine monsters of the same level. After all, simply the act of these 17 players releasing their divine might was enough to affect their entire legion's mobility. This situation was no different than if they were to go up against the Holy Race's Tier 6 experts. Impossible. How can the humans have 17 Tier 6 players? The Beast Berserker, the Holy Race Legion's commander, was similarly dumbfounded as he looked at Azure Shadow's group in the distance. Even until now, none of the Holy Race's various powers had managed to produce a Tier 6 player. Meanwhile, according to their investigation, the human race should be faring even worse than them. Yet now, 17 Tier 6 human players had appeared on the Western continent, which was supposed to be the Holy Race's home ground. Am I dreaming? Billowing Water, who had prepared herself to fight to the death, couldn't help but rub her eyes as she looked at Azure Shadow's group. She felt that she must be dreaming. It was currently the goal of the Eternal Realm's various powers to produce a Tier 6 player as soon as possible. But according to the information she received, even the various Apex powers had yet to accomplish this goal. So, the only explanation she could come up with for this situation was that she was in a dream. The Holy Race's experts. Huh? Azure Shadow revealed a look of excitement as he gazed upon the Holy Race experts before him. Just in time. I can use you all to test my improvements. After saying so, Azure Shadow knocked his longbow and launched a series of arrows into the sky. At the same time, a magic array covering a 1,000-yard radius formed in the sky. Tier 6 skill, Stars from Heaven. Azure Shadow had heard from Sure Fong, the strength of the Holy Race, when they first arrived at the Nameless City. Hence, he wasn't ignorant of the circumstances surrounding the Holy Race. Under the same tier, human experts would have difficulty competing against Holy Race experts. Tier 5 Holy Race experts, capable of using Holy Aura, could even transcend tiers to fight Tier 6 human players. Based on his senses, he could tell that the team leader-ranked Holy Race players before him were undoubtedly such experts. If he were to clash with any one of these team leaders when he first arrived at the Nameless City, their fight would be intense, and it would take him a considerable amount of time to kill them. If several of these team leaders attacked him simultaneously, he might even be in danger of losing his life. Now, though, these party and team leader-ranked Holy Race experts were no longer a threat to him or his companions. Instead, these Holy Race experts had become the most suitable targets for them to familiarize themselves with their newfound strength. Meanwhile, The instant the magic array in the sky finished forming, countless space-rending arrows began to rain down from the sky, the spatial tears they left in their wake creating a scene resembling the arrival of the apocalypse. Boom, boom, boom. Countless explosions echoed in the nameless city's core region, the explosions lasting for 10 whole seconds before coming to an end. When the dust clouds created by the arrow rain scattered, they revealed a desolate wasteland amidst the tall buildings decorating the nameless city's core region. As for the holy race experts who previously populated the street, their numbers had been reduced from 1,000 to less than 100, and even the ones still standing looked incredibly miserable. Have I become so powerful already? Azure Shadow couldn't help but be taken aback by the devastation he caused. His original intention for using stars from heaven was to break the holy race experts' formation, so his teammates could pick off the stragglers. This was the tactic they normally employed when fighting against groups of players or monsters. After all, each arrow in stars from heaven only carried 70% of his strength. It was only because of the skill's large number of projectiles that it could pose a certain degree of threat to Tier 6 experts. Yet, the effects of his stars from heaven vastly surpassed his expectations. Despite being an ordinary Tier 6 skill, it achieved a result surpassing even that of Tier 6 curses cast by Tier 6 mage gods. Each arrow exhibited power at the Tier 6 peak standard. For a moment, he even suspected he could threaten a Tier 6 god's life with this Tier 6 skill. Are you on drugs, Azure? How in heaven did you do that? Dawn Arrow, another ranger from the Night Watch battle group, asked in astonishment. Stars from Heaven was a common Tier 6 skill of the ranger class. Hence, Dawn Arrow was very familiar with the skill's capabilities. Normally, the skill would only be enough to tickle Tier 6 divine monsters and damage Tier 5 legendary monsters slightly. While it might be more effective against players, it shouldn't be anywhere close to being life-threatening to the holy race experts. However, it was a completely different story for Azure Shadow's stars from heaven. In Azure Shadow's hands, the skill performed no differently than the Tier 6 curse Star Blast. Had Azure Shadow used this move outside the Eternal Realm, he might even be able to delete an entire map. What kind of drug do you think I would have to take to get such an effect? Azure Shadow answered, rolling his eyes. Also, we train and operate together all the time. What don't you know about me? This won't do. I'm going to try it as well, Dawn Arrow said before copying Azure Shadow and using stars from heaven. Meanwhile, as soon as Dawn Arrow used his skill, the surviving holy race experts couldn't help but despair. Each arrow they previously faced carried power at the Tier 6 peak standard. Normally, even a divine monster would become heavily injured after being rained upon by so many such arrows. They only managed to survive the projectile bombardment because they had used all of their life-saving skills. Yet, as soon as they finished surviving the rain of arrows, they had to face it again. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3545, Chapter 619, Tier Difference. Chapter 3545, Chapter 619, Tier Difference. Chapter 619, Tier Difference. Despicable humans. Don't you dare look down on the holy race. When the Beast Berserker Commander saw a second stars from heaven being used, he unleashed his holy aura and transformed into a giant measuring several hundred meters in height. The giant was clad in armor and wielded 4 axes with its 2 sets of arms. The giant looked like a titan from primordial times, and every one of his movements caused space to tear. Immediately after appearing on the battlefield, the primordial titan spun his body and created a whirlwind with his axes, causing the countless descending arrows to scatter and devastate the surrounding street and buildings. A beast berserker? When Shurfeng saw the primordial titan neutralizing Dawn Arrow's stars from heaven, A hint of surprise flashed across his eyes. The Beast Berserker class was a peak class among the Holy Race. It was an incredibly rare class with stringent requirements. Even among the Holy Race, few Beast Berserkers existed. Meanwhile, unlike the human race's peak classes, the Holy Race's peak classes not only offered players a larger variety of class skills, but they also offered players talents that could grant them unimaginable combat power. In the case of the Beast Berserker class, its talent was called Ancestral Manifestation. Depending on the level of mastery players had over their holy aura, the size and strength of their ancestral manifestation would differ. For example, an ancestral manifestation that was several hundred meters tall would be slightly stronger than the average divine monster. If an ancestral manifestation reached 1,000 meters tall, its strength would rival the Tier 6 gods. At the same time as the Beast Berserker commander neutralized Dawn Arrow's stars from heaven, Dawn Arrow and Azure Shadow promptly followed up with more Tier 6 skills. Tier 6 skill, Scattered Explosions. Tier 6 skill, Strike from Heaven. Scattered explosions could transform the user's arrows into AoE attacks and be impossible to block. Moreover, the higher the skill completion rate, the greater the power and AoE of the attacks would be. As for Strike from Heaven, it would transform the user into an arrow and launch it at a speed that triumphed over all ranger skills. Meanwhile, the higher the skill completion rate, the faster and stronger the arrow would be. When Dawn Arrow and Azure Shadow saw the Beast Berserker neutralize Dawn Arrow's stars from heaven, they instantly knew they wouldn't be a match for the other party in a one-on-one situation. The gap in combat standards simply wasn't something they could hope to bridge with their enhanced mana and advantage in tier. If they wanted to beat the Beast Berserker, their only option would be to work together and rely on their advantage in skills. Thanks to the Bronze Mana Purification technique, they learned not only did the raw power of their skills increase significantly, but even their skill completion rates had reached an unprecedented high. Previously, the best they could achieve was an 85% skill completion rate with their Tier 6 skills. Now they could use their Tier 6 skills at a completion rate of 90% or above, which, in turn, allowed their skills to exhibit power comparable to the standard of Tier 6 gods. Hence, even though the Beast Berserker had tried his best to avoid the attacks from Dawn Arrow's scattered explosions with his superior combat standards, his gigantic ancestral manifestation still ended up getting caught within the large AoE of multiple explosions, causing him to lose a significant amount of HP. At the same time, Azure Shadow, while in his Strike from Heaven form, executed the advanced silver combat technique Thousand Mirages and repeatedly struck the defensive ancestral manifestation, causing the other party to stumble time and again. After this cycle was repeated only 3 times, the Beast Berserker, with superior combat standards, succumbed to Dawn Arrow's and Azure Shadow's overwhelming Tier 6 skills and fell. He died just like that. Billowing Water couldn't believe her eyes when she saw the Beast Berserker's body scattering into particles of light. Although she had long guessed this outcome, she still couldn't help but be a little shocked when she saw how effortlessly the Beast Berserker got killed. Meanwhile, a moment after the Beast Berserker got killed, the Night Watch battle group's other members also finished eliminating the Holy Race Legion's surviving party and team leaders and started to collect the loot the Holy Race players dropped. "Why are you here, Miss Billow? Didn't you teleport away with party leader Pivot and the others before?" Sure Feng asked as he approached Billowing Water. Level 170+ legendary regional bosses roamed the Nameless City's core region. Many Holy Race legions also operated in this region. It simply wasn't a place Billowing Water could operate in by herself, so he found it strange to find her here by herself. Hearing Sure Feng's question, Billowing Water wryly smiled and answered, "Our random teleportation brought us to the core region. Seeing it was a rare opportunity, we decided to explore the area cautiously. Not long ago, we coincidentally came across several tens of thousands of holy race experts raiding a level 175 divine-ranked guardian dragon. When the guardian dragon died, it dropped about a dozen incredible items. At the same time, its death undid the seal of a six-eyed god from the holy race. After being freed, the six-eyed god signed a contract with the holy race's various powers. Based on what we heard, so long as the various powers can sacrifice a certain number of human players to the six-eyed god, they could obtain great strength. Originally, we wanted to bring this information back to Seven Luminaries Town, but the holy race's god discovered us. Although we were fortunate enough to snatch 2 of the dropped items, we later got chased by the Holy Race Legion, and only I managed to survive until this point. The Holy Race's various powers signed a contract with a six-eyed god. Shi Feng couldn't help but frown when he heard Billowing Water's recollection. The Holy Race's gods came in all shapes and sizes, but out of all the Holy Race gods he knew of, only one had 6 eyes: the soul-eating ancestor. The soul-eating ancestor was a god who grew stronger by devouring the immortal souls of human players. At the same time, it could grant Holy Race players bloodlines of higher purity, allowing them to improve much more quickly than human players. In addition, the soul-eating ancestor was one of the strongest Holy Race gods who had led the attack on the Greater God's Domain's 12 sanctuaries. However, according to Shi Feng's knowledge, it should still be several years before the Holy Race players unseal the soul-eating ancestor. The fact that the soul-eating ancestor was unsealed so soon in this timeline definitely wasn't good news for the human race. Now that the Holy Race's various powers had the soul-eating ancestor's assistance, they could rapidly grow stronger, so long as they kept sacrificing human players. In contrast, human players could only rely on gradual exploration of the Eternal Realm to uncover stronger legacies. It should be known that the first Holy Mana War would begin in the not-so-distant future. If this situation continued, Shi Feng couldn't even begin to imagine what would happen to the human race at that time. I really have to thank you for saving me this time, Guild Leader Black Flame. Otherwise, I would have had to suffer the same fate as Party Leader Pivot and the others, Billowing Water said gratefully. Then, she couldn't help but turn to look at Azure Shadow and the other Tier 6 players of Shi Feng's team, and asked, "Also, would you be willing to negotiate a deal with the Blaze conglomerate, Guild Leader Black Flame?" Although she didn't know what kind of relationship these 17 Tier 6 experts shared with Shi Feng, the fact that Shi Feng could gather 17 Tier 6 experts in the Eternal Realm was more than enough for the Blaze conglomerate to take Shi Feng very seriously. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3546, Chapter 620, Zero Wings Value, Chapter 3546, Chapter 620, Zero Wings Value, Chapter 620, Zero Wings Value, a deal with the Blaze conglomerate. Shi Feng couldn't help but grow curious when he heard Billowing Water's somewhat urgent tone. Previously, Billowing Water had only dealt with him in a personal capacity, yet she was now proposing a business transaction to him on behalf of the Blaze conglomerate. So, the significance of the deal was undoubtedly much greater. Yes, a deal with the Blaze conglomerate, Billowing Water said, smiling slightly when she saw a hint of interest appearing on Shi Feng's face. "Do you remember the floating island we visited before coming to the Forbidden Zone, Guild Leader Black Flame?" "I do. We teleported to the Western continent from that floating island," Shi Feng said, nodding and feeling a little confused as he looked at Billowing Water. The Eternal Temple, situated on the floating island, was vital for human players to travel from the Eternal Continent to the Western Continent. However, he failed to see what business they could discuss regarding that floating island. After all, the island was currently under the Seven Luminaries Alliance's control, and all of the island's profits belonged to the Alliance. As you can see, there are many benefits to be had on the Western Island. Taking her time, Billowing Water smiled and explained, "Meanwhile, the number of powers that know about the secrets here is increasing by the day. I believe it won't be long before many players will know about the Western continent. And as luck would have it, the Blaze conglomerate has discovered an island roughly 2 hours away from the floating island by flight. We have also gone ahead and established a guild city on the island." When Shifeng heard Billowing Water's revelation, although he remained calm on the surface, he was inwardly shocked by the news. In the current eternal realm, the various powers had trouble even establishing themselves in the various NPC cities. As for constructing their own guild city out in the fields, nobody had managed to do so, thus far due to the stringent requirements. Firstly, to construct a guild city in the eternal realm, a guild would have to obtain a city-building order. However, city-building orders could only be acquired by killing level 160-plus world bosses in the Eternal Realm, and such bosses were extremely rare in the Eternal Realm. And even if players did manage to find and kill a level 160-plus world boss, the city-building order wasn't guaranteed to drop. Secondly, a guild would need to have sufficient funds to construct. This wasn't just an expense of several thousand eternal gold coins they were talking about. Without at least 100,000 eternal gold, a guild shouldn't even consider constructing a guild city in the eternal realm. Even for the various pseudo-apex powers, they would need a considerable amount of time to amass such a fortune. Hence, in the current eternal realm, owning a guild city was a luxury that even the 9 great pseudo-apex powers could not afford, let alone the Blaze conglomerate. For now, we have already completed the groundwork for the guild city's construction. However, with how valuable the city is, even if we expend all of our defensive measures, I'm afraid we won't be able to defend our ownership, Billowing Water added with a wry smile. To this, Shifeng nodded in agreement. Currently, the only known way for human players to travel to the Western continent was through the 7 Luminaries Alliance's Eternal Temple. However, if players wished to enter the floating island, they would have to pay the 7 Luminaries Alliance a fee of 150 eternal gold, regardless if they wished to utilize the Eternal Temple's teleportation services. Because of this, it simply wasn't possible for players to stay there long-term. If a guild city existed near the floating island, it would make it much more convenient for the various powers and players. Such a guild city could even become a trade hub for the Eternal and Western continents, and its value would be unimaginable. If any pseudo-apex power were to learn of the guild city's existence, they definitely wouldn't mind snatching it from the Blaze conglomerate. And with the Blaze conglomerate's current strength, there was no way it could defend the city from the various pseudo-apex powers. Which is why we have decided to find strong partners, Billowing Water said, as she took on a more serious expression. We have already come into an agreement with 2 pseudo-apex powers not long ago. If we include Zero Wing, I believe we should have no problems defending the guild city. Previously, Billowing Water did not have an optimistic view of the guild named Zero Wing. In her opinion, Black Flame was the only noteworthy individual in the guild. But after seeing the 17 Tier 6 experts on Shifeng's team, even if they were only hired hands, the fact that Zero Wing could hire helpers of such caliber was already enough for the Blaze conglomerate to take Zero Wing seriously. Not to mention, seeing how respectfully Azure Shadow and the others behaved toward Shifeng, it was obvious the 2 parties shared a close connection. The city in question indeed has unlimited potential, but what kind of price is the Blaze conglomerate willing to pay? Shifeng asked after pondering over the offer. If Zero Wing agrees to the partnership, Billowing Water paused, taking a moment to think. I can promise you 20% of the city's profits. 20%. Shifeng shook his head. That is a lot, but it still isn't enough for Zero Wing. If you want Zero Wing's help, in addition to the 20%, Zero Wing will require a guild residence slot and 10 shops located in the city center. Isn't that a little too much? Billowing Water couldn't help but hesitate. The two pseudo-apex powers that had agreed to partner with the Blaze conglomerate had only asked for 20% of the city's profits and a few shops in the city center. The Blaze conglomerate had promised neither of them a guild residence slot. After all, a basic guild city only had 3 guild residence slots. In such a situation, these precious slots should only be given to integral allies. Not at all. Zero Wing's value far exceeds this price, Shifeng said, chuckling. Then he took out several dozen copies of the bronze mana purification technique and continued, I believe you should know the difference between an expert who has learned a bronze purification technique and an expert who hasn't, right? When Billowing Water saw the stack of books Shifeng took out, her mind froze momentarily. She naturally knew of the bronze mana purification technique's preciousness. Even in the nameless city, it wasn't an easy task to acquire a copy. Not to mention, any Tier 5 player who had learned the bronze mana purification technique would immediately gain Tier 6 combat power. In other words, what Shifeng had in his hands was the ability to instantly create several dozen Tier 6 combatants. Your conditions have exceeded my jurisdiction. After hesitating for a moment, Billowing Water said, I cannot give you an answer right away. I will have to discuss with the conglomerate's executives first. Sure. Shifeng nodded, unsurprised by Billowing Water's reply. Billowing Water might be the Blaze conglomerate's first successor, but she still wasn't the conglomerate's helmsman. Meanwhile, only the helmsman could approve such an important decision. Successors like Billowing Water could, at most, cast votes on the matter. Following this, Billowing Water left the core region by herself and hurried over to the teleportation passage located in the city center. She intended to inform 7 Luminaries Town regarding the Holy Race's plans before logging off to discuss Zero Wing's partnership conditions with the conglomerate's executives. Meanwhile, shortly after Billowing Water left, Zero Wing's members also finished collecting the items the Holy Race players dropped. We're done collecting the loot, guild leader Gentle Snow said excitedly as she approached Shifeng, who had been resting his eyes while in deep thought. These Holy Race players are incredibly wealthy. It's especially so for their commander. He's practically a walking treasure trove. After saying so, Gentle Snow took out a bunch of items, the appearance of the items immediately causing the eternal energy in a several hundred-yard radius to double in density. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know, report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3547, Chapter 621, Eternal Magic Armor. Chapter 3547, Chapter 621, Eternal Magic Armor. Chapter 621, Eternal Magic Armor. These are eternal god crystals. Shifeng couldn't help but doubt his eyes when he saw the piles of purple-black crystals Gentle Snow took out. Eternal god crystals. This was a rare kind of god crystal found in the eternal realm. While it might be different from the god crystals acquired by human players in the greater god's domain, it possessed all the effects and functions of the standard god crystal. In addition, unlike ordinary god crystals, eternal god crystals could be absorbed by players. Ordinary god crystals were crystals made from concentrating the power of gods. The creation of each god crystal required a god to expend a significant amount of their power. Meanwhile, not only could these god crystals be used to help gods recover their power quickly, but they could also be used to repair weapons and equipment created by gods. Eternal god crystals, on the other hand, were different. They were naturally occurring crystals found only in the eternal realm. Hence, even Tier 1 players could make use of eternal god crystals. So long as a player absorbed an eternal god crystal, Not only could they receive bursts of inspiration for a short period, but their concentration and mana perception standards would also be temporarily increased by 1 rank. Whether players were looking to construct a mana body or a divine body, eternal god crystals could provide them with extraordinary assistance. Meanwhile, the rarity of eternal god crystals far exceeded ordinary god crystals and fragmented legendary items. Because of this, the market value of eternal god crystals could easily reach 3 ordinary god crystals per eternal god crystal during Shurfeng's previous life. Even then, few players would be willing to part with their eternal god crystals at this price. However, while eternal god crystals offered many benefits, they also had a glaring flaw: they would drop on death, and they could not be stored in warehouses for long periods. Players must carry their eternal god crystals on them or use them quickly. Currently, Shurfeng counted at least 400 eternal god crystals piled up before him. This was even more than the total number of eternal god crystals he had seen throughout his previous life. I've already tallied everything up. We obtained a total of 435 eternal god crystals, Hidden Soul said excitedly as she walked over to Shurfeng and Gentle Snow. Besides that, the Holy Race Commander also dropped an eternal magic armor equipment set design. It is a fragmented legendary equipment set that can be used to form bronze battle arrays when present in large numbers. If we have 20 sets in a team, we can form a small bronze battle array. If we have 100 sets, we can form a medium bronze battle array. If we have 500 sets, we can form a large bronze battle array. If we can equip a team of 500 Tier 5 players with these sets, killing even Tier 6 gods won't be out of the question. Honestly, I can't figure out why that Holy Race Commander would carry such a priceless treasure on him. The Eternal Magic Armor's design? Shurfeng couldn't help but quickly read through the thick book Gentle Snow just took out. The Eternal Magic Armor equipment set's name rang loudly in the Greater God's domain during his previous life. It was an equipment set rivaling the 7 Luminaries Alliance's Luminous set. In fact, in terms of basic attributes, it even surpassed the Luminous set. Moreover, unlike the Luminous set, the Eternal Magic Armor equipment set could be used by both human and Holy Race players. The only problem was that the production of the Eternal Magic Armor equipment set required eternal god crystals. Mass-producing the set was simply too difficult of a feat to accomplish. As far as he knew, only 3 full batches of 500 sets had ever been made, of which 2 batches belonged to the Holy Race, while 1 batch belonged to the Eternal Chamber of Commerce. Seeing that the Holy Race Commander had dropped the Eternal Magic Armor equipment set design, Shurfeng had reason to believe that the other party didn't even bother to inspect the loot he acquired from the Guardian Dragon before pursuing Billowing Water and the rest of the Dawnlight party. Otherwise, there was no way he would carry such a priceless treasure on him and risk losing it. He would have definitely chosen to store it in a warehouse for safekeeping right away, as expected of the Eternal Magic Armor equipment set. Just producing 1 set costs 6 eternal god crystals. Most of the Apex powers back then probably can't even afford to produce 500 sets. Shurfeng couldn't help but be astonished when he finished studying the design. The Eternal Magic Armor equipment set was a 6-piece set with a relatively low production difficulty. The average Grandmaster Forger could probably manufacture it at a considerably high success rate. The other materials required to produce the set were also easy to source. The only real problem was the eternal god crystals required. He would need 3,000 eternal god crystals if he wanted to produce a full batch of 500 sets. Even if he counted both his previous and present lives, he had never seen such an amount. Let's hurry back to the Crystal City Guild leader. It's not safe here, Gentle Snow suggested. If the Holy Race players find out what they've lost, they definitely won't let us go. although she didn't know how the holy race viewed eternal god crystals. Even a fool could tell the value of the eternal magic armor equipment set design. It was a treasure that could lead to the birth of an apex power. If the holy race players were to learn of their loss, they absolutely would go crazy. We might have gained a lot this time, but it is still too early to return. It's especially so now that we have obtained such a valuable design, Shifeng said, smiling as he put the design away. Have everyone take a break. We'll be changing our route. Instead of the city lord's mansion, we'll be heading for the city's underground treasury. The city's treasury? Do you know where the nameless city's treasury is, guild leader? When Gentle Snow and Hidden Soul heard Shifeng's words, their eyes instantly brightened, and they couldn't help but get the urge to shake an answer out of Shifeng. The nameless city was undoubtedly a place of riches. This could be seen just by their harvest in the short time they spent here. Meanwhile, a city's treasury usually stored the wealth the city had accumulated throughout the years. One could say that most of a city's wealth could be found in its treasury. Normally, when players were looking to capture a city, their foremost priority would be the city's treasury, whereas the city lord's mansion's priority came in second. However, as city treasuries were usually hidden in secretive locations and made difficult to find, players almost always had no choice but to capture the city lord's mansion first. That way, they would immediately learn the location of the city's treasury. Not to mention, they could utilize the city's barrier to weaken their enemies in the city. Of course, it would be a different story if players learned of the location of the city's treasury ahead of time. Naturally, Shifeng smiled and nodded. So, rest up and get ready. Previously, he was utterly powerless against the Gorgon Queen, so he had no choice but to avoid her like the plague. But now that he had learned the advanced bronze mana purification technique and included Azure Shadow's group in his team, he felt they could fight the primordial godkin. Hence, he naturally wouldn't let this opportunity slip by him. Not to mention, the early liberation of the soul-eating ancestor would most certainly accelerate the holy race's development. If Zero Wing wanted a better chance at surviving and thriving in the upcoming Holy Mana War, it couldn't rely on just the mana purification technique. It would also need the nameless city's treasury. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3548, Chapter 622, Fighting the Gorgon Queen Again. Chapter 3548, Chapter 622, Fighting the Gorgon Queen Again. Chapter 622, Fighting the Gorgon Queen Again. Are you sure we can take on a primordial godkin with our current strength? Instructor Black Flame? Azure Shadow anxiously asked Shifeng as he looked around the deserted underground passage they were currently traversing. Hearing Azure Shadow's question, the other Night Watch battle group members perked up their ears and looked toward Shifeng with anxious eyes. Their goal in coming to the Nameless City was to improve themselves. However, after learning the bronze mana purification technique, they never truly got to exert themselves to their fullest potential, be it when they fought against the city's Tier 5 legendary monsters or the Holy Race experts. Even when they fought against the city's legendary monsters, they could complete the entire clash without using any of their mana for skills and spells. As for the Holy Race's 1,000-man legion, it was merely a one-sided battle and couldn't be considered a proper fight. Currently, if they wished to truly achieve noteworthy improvements, they would need a sufficiently strong opponent. Only then could they push their standards to the next level. However, when they heard from Shifeng that they would be going up against a Gorgon Queen, which was a primordial godkin, they couldn't help but worry. Primordial godkins were monsters possessing the bloodline of primordial gods. Their strength surpassed the average dragon and angel of the same tier. Not to mention, out of the greater god's domain's 22 taboos, one was a Gorgon Queen. While that Gorgon Queen in question might be a mutated existence, it remained a fact that ordinary Gorgon queens were not existences that ordinary Tier 6 experts could fight against. Normally, if players wished to raid a level 180 Gorgon queen, they would need to form a 100-man team of level 200 Tier 6 players at the very least. Currently, their team didn't even have 40 members. Not to mention, only 17 were Tier 6 players, and their average level was only 175. A huge gap existed in basic attributes between them and level 200 Tier 6 players. Relax. Follow my plan, and you won't have any trouble fighting the Gorgon Queen, Shifeng said, chuckling as he looked at Azure Shadow and the others. If it was before Azure Shadow and the others had learned the bronze mana purification technique, Shifeng would have never considered challenging the Gorgon Queen with them. But with the assistance of the bronze mana purification technique and their legendary weapons, they already met the minimum requirement to raid the Gorgon Queen. Now, it was only a question of whether they could survive one hit from the Gorgon Queen. If they could avoid getting killed instantly, raiding the Gorgon Queen shouldn't be a problem. While Shifeng was chatting with Azure Shadow and the others, the team arrived at the plaza situated in front of the city's treasury. At this time, although the plaza had already been repaired to a significant extent, it was still possible to see cracks and dropped weapons and equipment all over the place. This gave Azure Shadow and the others a feel of how tragic and terrifying the battle that had taken place here previously was. Despicable human! How dare you trespass on my territory again? I will have your soul annihilated for desecrating the holy land of my race. For a moment, an alluring voice echoed in the depths of everyone's minds, causing them to feel a hint of goodwill and fascination toward the voice's owner. Subsequently, a soul-stirring figure slowly slithered out of the treasury's gigantic steel doors, the figure's every movement seducing everyone and forcing their eyes to focus on her. Meanwhile, this soul-stirring figure was none other than the Gorgon Queen responsible for safekeeping the nameless city's treasury. Gorgon Queen, Primordial Godkin, Divine, level 180 HP? Everyone, consume these eternal god crystals. I'll have the war goddess distract her later. Remember to never try to block any of the Gorgon Queen's holy aura attacks. Shifeng commanded and promptly distributed some eternal god crystals to everyone on the team when he saw the Gorgon Queen emerging from the treasury. His previous clash with the Gorgon Queen allowed him to thoroughly understand that the Gorgon Queen before them was extremely proficient in mental attacks. If it wasn't for his concentration and willpower being sufficiently strong, he would have never survived the Gorgon Queen's mental attacks. While eternal god crystals were indeed precious for the sake of ensuring their raid success, he couldn't care less about wasting some of them. Immediately, everyone consumed the eternal god crystal they received, temporarily raising their concentration and mana perception by 1 rank. At the same time, various inspirations started to appear in their minds, one after another. In the meantime, Shifeng summoned a war goddess and used the Feather of Oath's heroic pledge on her, raising her tier by 1. And because Shifeng had raised his level to 170 since last time, the war goddess he summoned this time was at level 180. This effectively placed the war goddess on the same starting line as the Gorgon Queen, as both were at level 180, tier 6. Boom. As soon as the level 180, tier 6 war goddess appeared on the plaza, she promptly thrust her spear forward to block a large scimitar that had suddenly appeared before her. The scimitar was coated in holy aura, and its impact with the war goddess's spear created an impact that cracked the surrounding space and caused fire dance, and the other tier 5 players, who stood some distance away, to stumble a little. So strong. Gentle Snow and Hidden Soul couldn't help but be shocked when they saw the Gorgon Queen suddenly appearing before the war goddess. Although Shifeng had already informed them of the Gorgon Queen's strength on their way here, it wasn't until they got to experience the Gorgon Queen's strength At such a close distance did they finally understand how frightening the primordial godkin was. If not for the Tier 6 War Goddess's presence, they and the other Tier 5 players of the team would have definitely died just now. After all, they didn't even notice when the Gorgon Queen had disappeared from the treasury's entrance. By the time they noticed, the Gorgon Queen's blade had already been blocked by the War Goddess. She's going all out right from the beginning? Shifeng's expression grew solemn as he looked at the Gorgon Queen. The Gorgon Queen had started with a gold holy art right off the bat. If it wasn't for the War Goddess's intervention, even if he defended himself using Sword's Orbit, he would have been sent flying over 100 yards and sustained heavy injuries. However, before everyone could relax, the Gorgon Queen suddenly transformed her 2 scimitars into 2 full moons and charged at Shifeng, who stood 100 yards away from her. She completely ignored the War Goddess before her and everyone else in her way, behaving as if only Shifeng existed in this space. Don't even think about killing the instructor. Growling Potato, a shield warrior from the Night Watch battle group, bellowed as he activated the Tier 5 skill Wrath of Justice and the Tier 6 skill Shield Return. Then, he intercepted the Gorgon Queen with his shield raised. When the Gorgon Queen's full moons collided against Growling Potato's shield, Growling Potato stumbled a step back and lost nearly 1/3 of his HP, while the Gorgon Queen's advance came to a halt. At the same time, Azure Shadow activated Strike from Heaven, transforming into a streak of light that shot at the Gorgon Queen, his speed far surpassing the reaction speed of ordinary Tier 6 experts. Ants. However, the Gorgon Queen merely reacted to Azure Shadow's attack with contempt and, with a casual flick of her wrist, accurately deflected the Ranger's strike from heaven with one of her scimitars. The degree of skill she displayed was so incredible that even 5th floor experts would be left marveling. But during the brief moment the Gorgon Queen was occupied with Azure Shadow's attack, a silver spear suddenly swept at her willowy waist, catching her off guard. As a result, the attack connected fully and sent her flying several hundred yards away. The attack also caused one of her 9 HP bars to deplete slightly, finally exposing her previously indecipherable HP to everyone. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3549, Chapter 623, Princess's Reappearance. Chapter 3549, Chapter 623, Princess's Reappearance. Chapter 623, Princess's Reappearance. TL Notes. Chapter 284, Land of Ancient Dragons - Land of Primordial Dragons. Chapter 291, Ancient Dragons Power - Primordial Dragons Power. Chapter 293, System. You have received the Dragon Princess's favor and obtained the Primordial Dragon's power. So long as your Primordial Dragon's power is discovered by a certain evil god's followers or a certain demon god's followers, you will be marked by this evil god or demon god and be hunted down endlessly. System. You have received the Dragon Princess's favor and obtained the Primordial Dragon's power. So long as your Primordial Dragon's power is discovered by evil god and demon god followers, you will be marked by these evil gods and demon gods and be hunted down endlessly. When the Gorgon Queen's HP became readable, everyone present couldn't help but gasp. How are we supposed to defeat this thing? Will we really be fine? Guild leader? Somber expressions appeared on everyone's faces when they saw the Gorgon Queen's HP. Gorgon Queen, Primordial Godkin, Divine, level 180 HP 8,996,900,000,000. When everyone initially saw the War Goddess's spear doing over 3 billion damage to the Gorgon Queen, they were both surprised and delighted. After all, an attack of such caliber was more than enough to heavily injure a level 180 divine monster. And should the Gorgon Queen sustain a heavy injury, they would have a much easier time defeating her. However, their hopes were immediately dashed when they saw the Gorgon Queen's maximum HP of 9 trillion. compared to the Gorgon Queen's HP. The damage the war goddess dealt wouldn't even be enough to tickle the primordial godkin. With her battle recovery, the Gorgon Queen could recover 2% of her HP every 5 seconds. In other words, she could recover 180 billion HP every 5 seconds, or 36 billion HP every second. Without at least 10 Tier 6 war goddesses, they would have 0 chances of killing the Gorgon Queen. Sure enough, the system won't let us get to the treasury so easily. Shurfeng was similarly astonished when he saw the Gorgon Queen's HP. Although this situation is outside of my expectations, we aren't without a chance. Everyone move according to plan, and by me 30 seconds. Try your best to distract the Gorgon Queen and assist the war goddess. He had slain a divine-ranked Gorgon Queen in his previous life. However, compared to the Gorgon Queen he killed back then, the Gorgon Queen guarding the Nameless City's treasury had 10 times more HP. Normally, without an overwhelming advantage in numbers or a taboo existence, it would be impossible for players to take down such a monster. Since their current circumstances didn't allow them to overwhelm the Gorgon Queen with numbers, their only option would be to rely on a taboo existence. Taboo existences were individuals who had surpassed Tier 6 gods and rivaled primordial gods. One hit from such an existence could heavily injure even a fully kit Tier 6 god. Naturally, it would also be a piece of cake for such an existence to heavily injure a divine-ranked primordial godkin. However, it was incredibly difficult for players to acquire the strength of a taboo existence in God's domain. Normally, only Tier 6 players wielding divine artifact-ranked weapons could accomplish such a feat. Meanwhile, divine weapons were so rare that only about 1 out of every 10 cross-realm conglomerates would have won. In Shurfeng's case, owning a divine weapon was nothing more than a dream for him, whether in his previous life or current life. Be that as it may, while he might not have a divine weapon right now, he did get to become acquainted with a taboo existence in this life. The other party in question was the ruler of the primordial dragon sanctuary and the closest existence to a primordial god, Dragon Princess Kalisha. Originally, Shurfeng had hoped he could heavily injure the Gorgon Queen with the Tier 6 war goddess alone. However, after their brief clash, it was evident that only a taboo existence could heavily injure the primordial godkin. Hence, he had no choice but to splurge 300 god crystals and eternal god crystals to help Dragon Princess Kalisha recover to the standard of taboo existences. Immediately, Shurfeng took out all of the ordinary god crystals he had acquired from Xia Qingying and some eternal god crystals from his bag. Then, he began converting their power and directing them into a summoning rune to complete the Dragon Princess's quest. So long as he completed Kalisha's quest and summoned her, she would be obligated to protect him from the Gorgon Queen. In the meantime, following Shurfeng's command, everyone had no choice but to grit their teeth and attack the Gorgon Queen. They had to try their best to create an opportunity for the war goddess to land a direct hit on the primordial godkin. When the war goddess and Gorgon Queen resumed their clash, though, everyone quickly found themselves fascinated by the exchange. Whether it was the war goddess or Gorgon Queen, both possessed combat proficiencies far beyond what anyone present possessed. Previously, when the Gorgon Queen was focused on killing Shurfeng, and when the war goddess was able to exploit the Gorgon Queen's inattentiveness, it still wasn't possible to see the depths of their prowess. However, now that the two were focused on each other, they thoroughly displayed the intricacies of their combat experience. The handling of details when executing evasive maneuvers, the handling of impromptu changes and preparatory actions when attacking, the handling of impromptu mana adjustments and rapid conversions when using skills and spells. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that the war goddess and Gorgon Queen had handled all of these combat aspects perfectly. Meanwhile, when Azure Shadow and the others, who had consumed an eternal god crystal before the fight began, observed the fight between these two existences, they felt as if the doors to a whole new world had just been opened for them. After the battle continued for 20 seconds, everyone on the battlefield suddenly had their attention attracted toward Shifeng, who had been chanting an incantation and crafting a rune all this time. Extravagance. Complete and utter extravagance. In the time everyone was preoccupied with the fight against the Gorgon Queen, Shifeng had gone from expending ordinary god crystals to eternal god crystals that were as precious as legendary items. Multiple eternal god crystals could be shattering in Shifeng's hands every second. Even though Azure Shadow and the others weren't Zero Wings members, they still couldn't help but wince at this sight. After all, none of them actually owned their legendary weapons. Instead, these weapons were loaned to them by the Green God Corporation so that they could establish themselves in the Night Watch Legion. Yet, now, they were made to watch Shifeng expend enough eternal god crystals to equip each of them with a legendary weapon. When Shifeng started to expend eternal god crystals, the summoning rune before him also started to draw the surrounding energies toward itself. Even the mana of Azure Shadow and the others, which rivaled the mana of Tier 6 gods, was drawn toward the rune. Eventually, even the War Goddess and Gorgon Queen started to get affected, neither of them able to continue exhibiting 100% of their skills and spells potential. In the case of the Gorgon Queen, she even started to have difficulties concentrating holy power into holy aura, which, in turn, slowed her ability to execute holy arts and defend herself. As a result, Azure Shadow and the others started to land their skills and spells on the Gorgon Queen, each of their attacks reaping hundreds of millions of HP from the primordial godkin. Despicable ant. Die. When the Gorgon Queen saw that Shifeng's runes started to have an increasingly larger effect on the surrounding environment, she knew that Shifeng was attempting something extraordinary. Without hesitation, she ignored all attacks from the War Goddess and Azure Shadows group and used Chaos Spear against Shifeng. Chaos Spear was a Tier 6 super spell, and it carried the power of an ancient god when used by the Gorgon Queen. Even the Tier 6 War Goddess would sustain heavy injuries if struck by such an attack, and it would require multiple Tier 6 War Goddesses working together to block the attack completely. Hence, the logical move for Shifeng to make in this situation would be to evade the attack. However, as Shifeng was currently occupied with drawing Kalish's summoning rune, he had no choice but to take the Gorgon Queen's attack. Otherwise, not only would he fall short of success, but all of the god crystals and eternal god crystals he had expended thus far would also go to waste. Hurry up! Hurry up! When Shifeng saw that the Gorgon Queen had already finished forming her Chaos Spear, he began mentally urging the summoning rune to absorb the eternal god crystal's energy more quickly. Fortunately, at the same time as the Gorgon Queen released her Chaos Spear, Shifeng also finished injecting the last eternal god crystal into the summoning rune, completing it. Immediately afterward, the space in front of Shifeng shattered, creating a dark void that housed a figure several thousand meters tall. The figure in question was a beauty wearing a long, holy dress and a silver crown. The beauty slowly opened her eyes after appearing in the underground plaza, and the instant she did so, everyone present felt their souls shuddering. They couldn't help but feel as if all life was insignificant in front of this giant of a sleeping beauty. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know, report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3550, Chapter 624, Princess's Reward. Chapter 3550, Chapter 624, Princess's Reward. Chapter 624. Princess's Reward. When Dragon Princess Kalish's gigantic figure appeared in the underground plaza, everyone present couldn't help but be shocked. Even Azure Shadow and the others, who had a wealth of experience in the greater god's domain, were not an exception. What in the world did Instructor Black Flame summon? I'm confident I can fight even Tier 6 gods in my current state, yet I'm actually feeling fear right now? Heavens! I must be dreaming. That's a bona fide ancient god. According to the Great Library, only ancient gods can have a true body that exceeds 1,000 meters. An ancient god. The guild leader can summon an ancient god. Both Azure Shadows Group and Zero Wings members couldn't help but doubt their eyes as they looked at Kalish's titanic frame. Gods could be regarded as the ceiling of strength for most players in the greater god's domain. They were existences feared by even the greater god's domain's various major powers. For this reason, any player capable of matching Tier 6 gods in strength would be qualified to speak to upper-ranking hegemonic powers as equals. The various upper-ranking hegemonic powers would not dare to disrespect these players, and they would also make extremely lucrative offers in the hopes of recruiting these players. But this was merely the upper limit that ordinary expert players could see. Above the myriad gods, there were existences known as ancient gods. These were incredibly ancient beings. Although they were similarly gods, the standard of their life rating had long surpassed the gods of the current era. Meanwhile, only Tier 6 experts wielding divine weapons could hope to put up a fight against these existences. Naturally, the strength of ancient gods was something all Tier 6 players and the various powers wished to grasp. Hence, they all frantically sought for clues pertaining to ancient gods, and so long as even the slightest clue was found, the many powers and Tier 6 players would try to secure it at any cost. Only clues pertaining to ancient gods were extremely rare. Over 99% of Tier 6 players would go through their entire lives without ever encountering one, and anyone who managed to do so could boast about it for a lifetime. Yet now, instead of a clue, a bona fide ancient god had appeared before their very eyes. Moreover, the ancient god was even summoned by Sherfone. How could they not be shocked by this situation? However, before anyone could snap out of their dazes, the Gorgon Queen had launched her Chaos Spear at Sherfone. Tier 6 Super Spell, Chaos Spear. Super spells were designed to allow their users to transcend tiers. When cast by the Gorgon Queen, Chaos Spear could rival the attack of an ancient god. Should it connect, it could instantly obliterate a holy city capable of housing 100 million inhabitants. Seeing the Gorgon Queen's attack, Sherfone instinctively unsheathed the Shadow Incinerator and readied himself to use Incinerator's phantasm at any time. In his previous life, Dragon Princess Kalisha was known by all as the ruler of the primordial dragon sanctuary, one of the 12 sanctuaries. She was an existence transcending the average Tier 6 NPC, and she was even rumored to have strength rivaling primordial gods. But that was strength she had come to possess only after becoming the primordial dragon sanctuary's ruler, although Sherfone had already fulfilled his quest contract and helped Kalisha recover her strength. That didn't automatically make her the ruler of the primordial dragon sanctuary. Meanwhile, with Kalisha's current strength, he wasn't sure if the dragon princess was actually strong enough to fully block an ancient god's attack. If he were to get hit by the Gorgon Queen's Chaos Spear as a Tier 5 player, he had a considerable chance of suffering a permanent death. Even if he had the Sacred Phantom Ring, it still wouldn't matter. After all item effects had an upper limit. Once an item effect's upper limit was breached, it would lose effectiveness. The power of ancient gods was regarded as the power of taboos in the greater god's domain. Meanwhile, the reason it was considered as such was its ability to shatter many of the greater god's domain's restrictions. It was so overwhelming that it could shatter the effects of even legendary items, let alone fragmented legendary items. However, just when the Gorgon Queen's Chaos Spear was about to bring death to Sherfone, Kalisha's titanic frame suddenly disappeared. Then, before anyone realized it, Kalisha had reappeared next to Sherfone in the size of a normal human, and held within her right hand was a spear shrouded by dark mist. "You really know how to get yourself into trouble," My dear heavens blessed, Kalisha said to Shifeng as she nonchalantly glanced at the fearful Gorgon queen in the distance. Then she glanced at the depleted crystals on the ground and continued, but I have to say that your performance has exceeded my expectations. I have recovered a lot of my strength thanks to all these eternal god crystals you've gathered. After saying so, Kalisha gently squeezed the spear in her hand. Then, the Chaos Spear, which was capable of rivaling an ancient god's attack and obliterating an entire holy city, burst apart into a cloud of mist and faded out of existence. When the Gorgon queen saw this scene, her body shuddered, and the fear in her eyes deepened. She also dared not make any further movements, evidently petrified by Kalisha's show of power. At this time, Shifeng was equally startled by Kalisha's performance. A primordial godkin's Tier 6 super spell was an attack even ancient gods would try to avoid confronting directly. At the very least, they would use a skill or spell to block the attack. Yet Kalisha had not only caught the Gorgon Queen's Chaos Spear with a single hand, but she had even crushed it easily. The toughness and strength of her physical body was simply terrifying. It seems you are also quite the lucky person to be able to find this place, Kalisha commented as she looked past the Gorgon Queen and at the treasury behind the primordial godkin. Then she turned her gaze toward Shifeng and smiled, saying, Anyway, as a reward for helping me recover, I can give you two options. For the first option, I can help you eliminate this little fellow and give you the full primordial dragon legacy. With it, your future achievements will not be in any way inferior to primordial gods. For the second option, I can help you 3 times with my phantom and give you a primordial dragon legacy crystal. With the legacy crystal, you only need to expend 100 god crystals to experience a complete legacy guidance, and you can do so up to 10 times before the crystal disappears. My strength is still unstable since I have just recovered. I will need to search the primordial dragon sanctuary for the primordial dragon relic right away, so you only have 3 seconds to decide. 3 seconds? Shifeng couldn't help but be exasperated as he looked at the yawning dragon princess. 3 seconds wasn't enough for him to properly consider his choices at all. Not to mention, both options were incredibly tempting to him. All right, time's up, Kalisha tiredly said as she looked at Shifeng's pondering face. I'm taking my leave if you still can't decide. Seeing that Kalisha truly intended to leave, Shifeng gritted his teeth and said, I'll pick the second option. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3551, Chapter 625, Kalisha's Phantom. Chapter 3551, Chapter 625, Kalisha's Phantom, Chapter 625. Kalisha's Phantom, the second option? Kalisha blinked as she looked at Shifeng, her lips curling into a smile. You have made quite the unique choice. Are you certain you wish to give up on the opportunity to match primordial gods? I'm sure. Shifeng said definitively. Most players would have gone with Kalisha's first option in this situation. After all, primordial dragons were evenly matched with primordial gods in strength. Meanwhile, an opportunity to stand shoulder to shoulder with primordial gods was one that most players would find irresistible. However, in Shifeng's case, the first option wasn't the ideal choice. Instead, it was the second option. This was because he had already acquired the Goddess of Space's legacy and a portion of the primordial abyssal god's legacy. Whether it was the Goddess of Space or the primordial abyssal god, both were extraordinary existences. If he could secure any of their legacies, he could absolutely stand above the average primordial god in the future. Originally, he had still been racking his mind over how he should go about learning the Goddess of Space and primordial abyssal god's legacies he had acquired. After all, without any guidance, it would be incredibly difficult for him to study them, And even if he managed to receive legacy guidance from a god, or even an ancient god, it was unlikely to be of much help to him. However, it would be a different story if they were talking about a primordial dragon's legacy. As primordial dragons were existences on par with primordial gods, a primordial dragon's legacy guidance would naturally be on par with a primordial god's legacy guidance. If he could receive such a legacy guidance, it would definitely accelerate his research of the two legacies by a significant margin. Not to mention, he would have 10 opportunities to receive a primordial dragon's guidance. Very well, then, Kalisha didn't try to change Shifeng's mind any longer. Instead, she took out a light red crystal and handed it to Shifeng, saying, "Here's the primordial dragon legacy crystal. I have left my phantom inside it. Aside from using it for legacy guidance, you can also use it to summon my phantom up to 3 times. Those evil and demon gods should have already noticed that I have recovered my strength, so I hope you can make good use of that crystal and live until the next time we meet." System, congratulations. Kalisha's favorability of you has increased by 30 points. You have activated the second phase of the inferior mythical quest sanctuary's rise. Quest content: head for the primordial dragon sanctuary and search for the primordial dragon relic to help stabilize Kalisha's strength. You must also avoid getting killed by evil gods and demon gods during this period. Rewards unknown. Penalties unknown. System, warning. Warning. System, you have been cursed by multiple evil gods and demon gods, and they have also locked onto your soul's aura. You will be subjected to attacks by an evil demon's shadow every 30 days. The evil demon's shadows will grow stronger with time, and you can only lift the curse on you by killing the evil gods and demon gods who have placed it on you, as expected of an inferior mythical quest. Shifeng couldn't help but be flabbergasted by the system notifications. In God's domain, quests starting from the epic rank would usually come with significant penalties that could have a permanent impact on players' accounts. In the case of legendary quests, the penalties would become so severe that players would have no choice but to start a new account. However, in the case of the Sanctuary's Rise quest, Shifeng didn't even have the option of starting a new account, as the curse of the evil and demon gods would simply be transferred to his new account, and the evil demon's shadow would continue to attack him every month. The only way he could rid himself of the curse would be to kill the evil and demon gods responsible for placing the curse. Meanwhile, after Kalisha finished speaking, she swiped a finger across the air and created a space-time tunnel before her. Then, her body transformed into a streak of light that disappeared into the tunnel. She left just like that. Shifeng was rendered speechless by Kalisha's hasty departure. Originally, he thought Kalisha would at least attack the Gorgon Queen once before leaving. However, after helping him block the Gorgon Queen's Chaos Spear, the Dragon Princess completely ignored the primordial godkin. She even caused him to be the target of an evil demon's shadow. An evil demon's shadow was essentially a god's doppelganger. However, unlike illusory doppelgangers, an evil demon's shadow had a physical body. Meanwhile, evil and demon gods capable of going against Kalisha definitely weren't ordinary gods. They were most likely ancient gods, so their physical doppelgangers would not be any weaker than Tier 6 gods. With his current strength, there was no way he could beat such an existence. Since that person has left, it's time for you to meet your end. When the Gorgon Queen saw Kalisha leaving, she breathed a deep sigh of relief and started chanting an incantation. This time, the Gorgon Queen did not speedcast a Tier 6 super spell. Instead, she took her time double-casting 2 Tier 6 super spells, her spellcasting causing all mana within a 10,000-yard radius to gather around her. The mana within 1,000 yards of her also became frozen, causing Azure Shadow and the others Tier 6 experts who had learned the bronze mana purification technique to be unable to manipulate the ambient mana around them. A moment later, doppelgangers of the Gorgon Queen started appearing within a 1,000-yard radius of herself. In the blink of an eye, 100 Gorgon Queens had appeared on the plaza, all looking no different than the real deal. Moreover, each of them wielded a chaos spear in their hands. She knows Time Doppelganger as well. How can a boss grasp so many Tier 6 super spells? Is this the strength of a primordial godkin? Azure Shadow and the others despaired when they saw the Gorgon Queen's doppelgangers. Previously, they already felt that the Gorgon Queen was absurdly powerful. After all, not only did she possess a ridiculous amount of HP, but she could also cast the Tier 6 superspell Chaos Spear. But now, they finally understood that the Gorgon Queen had only been playing with them all this time. Time Doppelganger was a Tier 6 superspell that allowed users to create 100 doppelgangers of themselves. Although these doppelgangers only had a 30-second duration, each doppelganger had 100% of the original's basic attributes. Normally, due to Time Doppelganger's complexity, an individual would be fortunate if they could even cast it. As for using it in conjunction with another Tier 6 superspell, it was simply unthinkable. Even Tier 6 5th floor experts wouldn't be able to accomplish such a feat, yet the Gorgon Queen had successfully paired Time Doppelganger with Chaos Spear. It seems I can't avoid wasting a use. When Shi Feng saw the Gorgon Queen going all out, he did not hesitate to activate the light red crystal Kalisha left him. Kalisha had obviously given him the primordial dragon legacy crystal as a means to resist the evil demon's shadows. However, if he tried to save its uses in this situation, only death would await him. Suddenly, the primordial dragon legacy crystal released a dazzling brilliance. Immediately afterward, a 1,000-meter-tall illusory phantom of Kalisha appeared on the plaza. When Kalisha's phantom appeared, the Gorgon Queen promptly entered high alert and hesitated to proceed with her offensive. However, when she verified that Kalisha's phantom was nothing more than a phantom, much of her fear vanished. Subsequently, as if to repay Kalisha's act of ignoring her previously, the Gorgon Queen had all her doppelgangers cast their chaos spears at Kalisha's phantom. She intended to bombard the phantom out of existence. Meanwhile, in response to the oncoming chaos spears, Kalisha's phantom simply raised its palm and swiped at them. The phantom did not bother using any skills or spells, choosing to block the oncoming attacks with only its body's strength. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed across Nameless City, and clouds of smoke and dust filled the underground plaza. When the dust clouds settled, Kalisha's phantom was nowhere to be seen. At the same time, the entire underground plaza had sunk by several hundred meters, and all of the Gorgon Queen's doppelgangers were nowhere to be seen. As for the Gorgon Queen herself, her body was riddled with serious injuries, and her HP had decreased by nearly 10%. TL notes, one evil demon's shadow. I'm still not certain on this term. I was originally going to go with phantoms of evil and demon gods, but the author seems insistent on using evil demon's shadow. The system notification is also rather vague, so I'm not sure if Shi Feng is going to be targeted by one shadow or multiple. So, there is the possibility that is referring to evil shadows and demons' shadows. I don't have enough information to work off of, so I will come back and make changes in the future if necessary. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3552, Chapter 626, Sudden Change, Chapter 3552, Chapter 626, Sudden Change, Chapter 626, Sudden Change, Incredible. Shi Feng was stunned when he saw the Gorgon Queen's maximum HP reduce from 9 trillion to just 4 trillion. Originally, Shi Feng felt he would already be fortunate if Kalish's phantom could neutralize the Gorgon Queen's all-out attack. After all, although Kalisha herself might be stronger than the average ancient god, it was unlikely a phantom of herself could exhibit the same combat prowess. In his opinion, Kalisha's phantom should, at most, be at the standard of Tier 6 gods. However, never did Shi Feng think that Kalisha's phantom could heavily injure the Gorgon Queen. With such strength, the phantom was already strong enough to match the average ancient god. Meanwhile, spectating from nearby, whether it was Azure Shadow's group or Zero Wings members, everyone couldn't help but gape at the scene before them. None of them could think of any words to describe the roller coaster of emotions they had just experienced. Initially, they thought that with the appearance of Kalisha, the battle was as good as over. After all, the Dragon Princess could crush the Gorgon Queen's Chaos Spear with her bare hand. Yet, a few seconds later, Kalisha swiftly took her leave after making some kind of deal with Shi Feng. She showed no intentions of attacking the Gorgon Queen whatsoever. Then, just when they were racking their minds on how they should cope with the Gorgon Queen's terror, Kalisha's phantom suddenly appeared and heavily injured the Gorgon Queen with a simple swipe of its hand. Stop daydreaming and support the war goddess with everything you've got. Shi Feng hurriedly commanded when he saw that his teammates were still dazed. We must eliminate the Gorgon Queen before she recovers. Kalisha's strength might have heavily injured the Gorgon Queen, reducing the primordial godkin's maximum HP from 9 trillion to 4 trillion and nullifying her battle recovery. But defeating the primordial godkin remained a great challenge. Heavily injured monsters in God's domain could recover from their injuries with time. Should the Gorgon Queen recover from her injuries, she would immediately regain her battle recovery. Her maximum HP would also gradually recover to its peak. At that time, it would become impossible for them to defeat the Gorgon Queen, and he would have to expend another opportunity to have Kalisha's phantom make a move, which was something he would prefer to avoid doing as much as possible. Meanwhile, after everyone heard Shi Feng's command, they promptly snapped out of their dazes and began frantically attacking the Gorgon Queen with the Tier 6 war goddess, none daring to hold back in the slightest. After their previous clash with the Gorgon Queen, they already understood that the primordial godkin wasn't an existence they could afford to provoke in their current state. If they couldn't kill the Gorgon Queen while she was heavily injured, they would lose the opportunity to kill her once she recovered. Brothers, for the sake of the advanced bronze purification technique, to hell with it. After resolving himself, Azure Shadow commanded in the team chat, all members use the Rage Potion. The Rage Potion was one of the more common trump cards the Green God Corporation had prepared for their group. It was also one of the few potions that had an effect on Tier 6 players. When consumed by Tier 6 players, the Rage Potion could increase the user's basic attributes by 100% and physique by 50% for 6 hours. It was a precious potion that could only be crafted by great Grandmaster alchemists, and each member of their group would only be assigned 1 bottle per month. Following Azure Shadow's command, the other Night Watch Battle group members promptly used their respective Rage Potions, elevating their damage output to the next level. Now, each of their attacks could cause over 100 million damage to the Gorgon Queen. Meanwhile, Shi Feng also dared not be stingy in this situation. Immediately, he used the Feather of Oath to summon 5 Tier 5 war goddesses and had them join the battle. In her heavily injured state, the Gorgon Queen's combat standard was no different from ordinary Tier 6 divine monsters. Meanwhile, with the Tier 5 war goddesses' ability to exhibit the power of gold combat techniques with their every move, they were in no way inferior to the average Tier 6 divine monster. When they worked together with the Tier 6 war goddess, they easily overwhelmed the primordial godkin and reduced her to nothing more than a punching bag for them. 87%, 86%, 85%. As time passed, the Gorgon Queen's HP rapidly fell under everyone's fierce offensive, and it would only be a matter of time before the primordial godkin fell. When the battle was nearing the 30-minute mark, Sure Fong, who had been continuously attacking the Gorgon Queen using Sword's orbit, suddenly received a call from Billowing Water. "Has your discussion yielded an outcome already, Miss Billow?" Sure Fong asked, smiling as he looked at Billowing Water's face displayed on the call window. He was honestly a little surprised the other party was contacting him so soon. Previously, the price he set for helping the Blaze conglomerate defend its city was by no means insignificant. Normally, it should take a conglomerate like Blaze 2 or 3 days of discussion and analysis at the very least before a decision could be made. "No, not yet," Billowing Water said, shaking her head. Then, with a somewhat ugly expression, she continued, "I am contacting you for a different matter, Guild Leader Black Flame." "A different matter?" A hint of curiosity appeared in Sure Feng's eyes. "MHM, I urgently need a large sum of eternal gold coins. May I know if you have some available?" Billowing Water asked with a serious look. Sure Feng was rather surprised by Billowing Water's sudden need for a large sum of eternal gold coins. After all, as the Blaze conglomerate's first successor, she must have access to a significant sum already. So, he found it hard to imagine Billowing Water lacking eternal gold. Regardless, he still chose to answer her question, saying, "I only have several hundred eternal gold on hand right now, but I have quite a lot over on the Eternal Continent. May I know how much you need, Miss Billow?" Although he had spent a lot of eternal gold to purchase god crystals some time ago, the secret crystal trading firm was generating a lot of profits for him daily. This was due to the trading firm's 9th floor occasionally selling extraordinary secret treasures. Combined with the various powers' enthusiasm toward extraordinary secret treasures, each article could easily be auctioned for over 1,000 eternal gold. Even if he would only receive a small fraction of these sales, it was still enough to make him a fortune. Currently, he should have no trouble taking out 3,000 or 4,000 eternal gold. "I need about 300,000 eternal gold," Billowing Water said, awkwardly. "Moreover, I need it within a week." 300,000? Are you starting an all-out war against someone? Sure Feng couldn't help but ask. In the current eternal realm, a fortune of 300,000 eternal gold was outside the reach of even pseudo-apex powers. In fact, aside from the 7 Luminaries Alliance, he doubted that any other power could take out such a sum. Meanwhile, apart from waging an all-out war against a major power, Sure Feng couldn't think of another reason Billowing Water would need so much money. Something like that. Putting on a gloomy expression, Billowing Water truthfully said, "The chairman plans to marry off my little sister to a major power. I don't wish to see my little sister thrown into this pit of fire. So I now have to win over a group of elders and experts in the conglomerate. Only by doing so can I negotiate with the chairman. But I will need a lot of eternal gold to accomplish all this. So will it be possible for you to get together 300,000 eternal gold within a week, Guild Leader Black Flame? If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 3553, Chapter 627, Second City Building Order. Chapter 3553, Chapter 627, Second City Building Order. Chapter 627, Second City Building Order. A political marriage? Is it with a big family from one of the 9 great pseudo-apex powers? Sure Feng couldn't help but be a little surprised when he heard Billowing Water's recount. The various powerful families in the greater world were massive in size. It was especially so for the families operating conglomerates that had existed for centuries or millennia. These families easily had over 10,000 members. For this reason, political marriages between these powerful families and conglomerates were very common, and the Blaze conglomerate wasn't an exception. However, as far as Sure Feng knew, The Blaze conglomerate's fourth young miss was the apple of the Blaze conglomerate's eye. She was a monstrously talented individual who became a great grandmaster at the young age of 22. In fact, this fourth young miss was so talented that before becoming 22 of age, the Blaze conglomerate had kept a tight lid over her talent and only revealed it after her mental strength reached the great grandmaster standard. In other words, the Blaze conglomerate should be well aware of its fourth young miss's talent. Even if the Blaze conglomerate was going to arrange a political marriage with another power, it should have selected a less talented family member for the task. It would be highly illogical for the Blaze conglomerate to use its fourth young miss for the task. Meanwhile, unless the Blaze conglomerate's current chairman was an utter buffoon, the fact that he would be willing to marry the conglomerate's fourth young miss off to another power showed that the power in question was extraordinary. And in Shifeng's opinion, even the families behind the average pseudo-apex power wouldn't warrant the Blaze conglomerate to sacrifice its fourth young miss, so the other party should be one of the 9 great pseudo-apex powers. No, it's a small family that few people have ever heard about, Billowing Water said, shaking her head. However, that family has experienced a rapid rise in the Eternal Realm. Currently, it has already annexed over 10 upper-ranking hegemonic powers and fully occupied 2 fortresses. It is also putting up a good fight against the various pseudo-apex powers based in the Eternal Continent's capital city, and it even has a slight edge over them. For some reason, the family's debauched third successor has taken a liking to my little sister. Moreover, I don't know how, but the chairman somehow got persuaded into agreeing with the marriage. Many elders and executives in our family stand on the chairman's side. If I want to stop this marriage from happening, I must have sufficient strength in the Eternal Realm to negotiate with the chairman. I can get you 300,000 in a week, but what will you use as collateral, Miss Billow? Shifeng asked after pondering for a moment. 300,000 eternal gold is not a small sum. It is a significant fortune to any pseudo-apex power. It is especially so now that everyone is frantically buying up real estate. For most powers currently operating in the Eternal Realm, accumulating 300,000 eternal gold in a week should be nigh impossible. However, it wasn't out of the question for Zero Wing. With Zero Wing's ownership of the secret crystal trading firm and Shifeng's divine engraver legacy, accumulating 300,000 eternal gold in a week should be doable. Only if Shifeng were to agree to help Billowing Water, he would stifle Zero Wing's development. After all, Zero Wing currently already possessed land in a second-tier mobile city. So long as Zero Wing had enough capital and resources, it could expand its influence and recruit experts in the Eternal Realm on a large scale. As you know, the Blaze conglomerate had fortunately come across a city-building order previously Guild leader Black Flame. Billowing Water was unfazed when she heard Shifeng bringing up the topic of collateral. Calmly, she said, "But aside from the conglomerate city-building order, I also have one myself." "You also have one?" Shifeng was shocked. City-building orders were exceedingly rare in the Eternal Realm. As far as he was aware, only level 160-plus world bosses dropped them at a low probability. The Blaze conglomerate should already be thanking its lucky stars for being able to obtain one. If it became known that the Blaze conglomerate had 2 city-building orders in its possession, every power in the Eternal Realm would immediately try to erase its existence. I was lucky enough to steal it from the Holy Race. I was originally planning to secretly construct a guild city once I have accumulated enough funds, but I can't afford that anymore, Billowing Water explained. "I'm sure you know how valuable a city-building order is, Guild leader Black Flame. If I use it as collateral, you will stand to profit, regardless of whether I can repay you." Shifeng nodded in agreement. Then he asked, "May I ask that you prove your possession of the city building order. Miss Billow? City building orders were easily worth 1,000,000 eternal gold in the current eternal realm. After all, there weren't many level 160-plus world bosses in the eternal realm, and the drop rate for city building orders was less than 3%. Not to mention, in a situation where teleportation between NPC cities was impossible, constructing a guild city in a high-level resource map would guarantee the city's owner a highly lucrative source of income. It wouldn't take long for the owner to recoup their investments. Of course, Billowing Water answered before taking out an ancient parchment engraved with golden runes and sharing its information with Sure Foam. Feel free to verify it, Guild Leader Black Flame. It was already unbelievable for any player or power to get their hands on one city building order in the current Eternal Realm, let alone two. It was only normal for Sure Foam to seek verification. It is indeed a city building order for the Eternal Realm, Sure Foam said, nodding as he finished inspecting the parchment in Billowing Water's hands. At the same time, a trace of shock flashed in the depths of his eyes. The parchment in Billowing Water's possession was indeed a city-building order. There were no inconsistencies with the item information either. Only Billowing Water's city-building order wasn't meant for the Eternal Continent. Instead, it was meant for the Western Continent. There were 3 types of city-building orders in the Eternal Realm, each corresponding to one of the 3 continents. Among them, those engraved with purple runes corresponded to the Northern Continent, also known as the Eternal Continent. Those engraved with golden runes corresponded to the Western Continent, and those engraved with blue runes corresponded to the Southern Continent. However, as the item information for all 3 types of city-building orders was the same, players unaware of the differences would only learn about them when they tried to use their city-building orders on the wrong continent. Meanwhile, for human players, the value of a city-building order for the Western Continent wouldn't just be worth 1,000,000 eternal gold. To establish a foothold on the Western Continent, the 7 Luminaries Alliance had gone as far as to mobilize the Golden Kingdom, a divine artifact, to protect 7 Luminaries town. If the 7 Luminaries Alliance could acquire a guild city on the Western Continent simply by spending 1,000,000 eternal gold, it would probably die from happiness. Can we sign the contract now, Guild Leader Black Flame? Billowing Water asked anxiously. I urgently need 10,000 eternal gold right now. As for the remaining 290,000 eternal gold, I hope you can deliver a portion of it to me every day over a week. And if I can't repay you in 2 weeks, I will give this city building order to you. Do we have a deal, Guild Leader Black Flame? If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3554, Chapter 628, Queen's Fall, Chapter 3554, Chapter 628, Queen's Fall, Chapter 628, Queen's Fall, no problem. If you can return to the Crystal City, you can head to Zero Wing's residence to collect 10,000 eternal gold today, Sure Foam said, nodding and smiling. Zero Wing will also deliver you at least 50,000 eternal gold every day after today, ensuring that you will receive 300,000 eternal gold within a week. Although Zero Wing currently only possessed about 4,000 eternal gold, so long as they sold some of the guild's combat secret treasures, they could accumulate 10,000 eternal gold in no time. Doing so wouldn't affect the guild's operations either, as he and his team had obtained many mana purification techniques and secret treasures while they were grinding in the Nameless City. Currently, just the combat secret treasures, they had numbered over 1,000 already, while their common secret treasures numbered nearly 10,000. Moreover, some of these combat and common secret treasures came in sets that could be sold at a much higher price than individual pieces. Honestly, should he choose to sell all of these secret treasures immediately, he could probably get Billowing Water the 300,000 eternal gold she needed before the end of the day. However, To avoid affecting the market value of secret treasures, he decided it would be better to sell the secret treasures in batches and let the Crystal City's inhabitants digest them slowly. Okay, I'll head over to Zero Wing's residence to sign the contract right away. Billowing Water sighed in relief when she heard Shifeng's answer. Out of all the powers she was closely acquainted with, none could take out 300,000 eternal gold within a week. She had only sought out Zero Wing's help as a last resort. After all, if she were to ask for help from a power she wasn't familiar with, she would risk exposing her possession of a city-building order. The value of a city-building order in the current Eternal Realm was enough for even pseudo-apex powers to disregard their reputation. At that time, she might not even be able to protect her city-building order, let alone use it in a transaction. I'll have someone trustworthy contact you and make sure no third parties will learn of our transaction, Shifeng assured while suppressing the excitement in his heart. Then, afraid that something unexpected might happen over on Billowing Water's side, after disconnecting the call, Shifeng promptly opened a world-breaking gate next to him and had Hidden Soul return to the Crystal City with all of the secret treasures in his bag. He also had Hidden Soul conceal her identity while selling the secret treasures and dealing with Billowing Water, a city-building order for the Western continent. The current Eternal Realm was still in its infancy. Whether it was the human race or the holy race, neither side possessed any Tier 6 players in the Eternal Realm. In such a situation, it would be incredibly difficult for either side to take down a well-prepared guild city. Meanwhile, once a guild city was allowed to settle down and develop, the difficulty of destroying it would rapidly increase over time. So long as Zero Wing could get its hands on Billowing Water's city-building order, the guild's influence in the Eternal Realm would immediately rise to a new height. It was especially so now that many powers had already learned of the Western continent's existence. Soon, many players from the Eternal Continent would be looking to enter the Western Continent. Meanwhile, if these players wished to operate on the Western Continent long-term, they would need to have a place settlement they could operate from. Although the Seven Luminaries Alliance's Seven Luminaries Town existed, guild towns and guild cities were two entirely different concepts. Apart from providing players a place to rest, a guild town's private houses offered no other functions. In comparison, a guild city's private houses allowed players to bind with the house's teleportation array, and, so long as they weren't attempting cross-realm teleportation, teleport back to their houses directly. By doing so, they would also get to avoid paying the city's entrance fee. They could even use this teleportation feature to teleport out of certain maps that prohibited teleportation. Meanwhile, in the Eternal Realm where NPC cities did not possess teleportation arrays, the teleportation feature of private houses was invaluable. It was especially so for humans operating on the Western continent, as human players would be forcibly teleported back to the Eternal Continent when they died on the Western continent. If these players wanted to return to the Western continent, they would have to pay a teleportation fee of 150 eternal gold. Such a price was unbearable even for the executives of pseudo-apex powers, let alone other players. However, if players owned a private house in a guild city located on the Western continent, they could teleport from the Eternal Continent to their house on the Western continent, saving them the exorbitant intercontinental teleportation fee. Hence, if given the opportunity, many players would be more than willing to pay a significant upfront fee to buy or rent a private house on the Western continent. So long as Zero Wing could construct a guild city on the Western continent, it could make a fortune simply by collecting rent on the city's private houses, and its income would absolutely exceed the various NPC cities. In the future, the city's revenue might even match the total income of a fully developed pseudo-apex power in the Eternal Realm. Meanwhile, after Hidden Soul left, Shifeng continued grinding down the Gorgon Queen's HP with everyone. Even though the Gorgon Queen was heavily injured, it was still a challenge to deplete its massive HP pool of 4 trillion. Fortunately, Azure Shadow and the other Night Watch Battle group members were Tier 6 players who had learned the Bronze Mana Purification technique. In addition, they had also consumed an Eternal God crystal, so whether it was their combat standard or mastery over their skills and spells, both were rapidly improving throughout the battle. This, in turn, increased the damage they dealt to the Gorgon Queen. Azure Shadow's improvements were especially apparent. After attacking the heavily injured Gorgon Queen for half an hour, he successfully stepped into the extrasensory realm and became a bona fide fifth-floor expert. As a result, his damage output experienced a qualitative transformation. Furthermore, roughly 10 minutes later, Gentle Snow, Wordless Ember, and Sleeping Quicksand had similarly reached the extrasensory realm one after another. Now, even in the Eternal Realm, they could be considered experts standing at the apex. Everyone, increase your damage output. We only have 5 more minutes before the Gorgon Queen recovers. Surefong said when he saw that the Gorgon Queen still had 14% of her HP remaining. Although he could still heavily injure the Gorgon Queen by summoning Kalish's Phantom again, every summon he wasted would increase the risks he had to face when the evil demon's shadows came for him later. Unless absolutely necessary, he did not wish to summon Kalish's Phantom for a second time. Holy Mana's Shadow, World of Frost. Suddenly, Shurfeng's frame increased to 20 meters, and the aura he radiated skyrocketed in intensity. Then, he executed Sword's orbit with the 21 frost swords he summoned and bombarded the Gorgon Queen with attacks comparable to Azure Shadow's. The participation of the 21 frost swords was akin to a sudden addition of 21 Tier 6 experts to the battlefield. Immediately, the Gorgon Queen's HP started to decrease at a much greater rate. 14, 10, 5. When the Gorgon Queen's HP fell to 1%, the Gorgon Queen fully recovered from her heavily injured state. As if having expected this, the Gorgon Queen promptly launched countless mental blades at her surroundings, instantly annihilating every Tier 5 player except for Surefong. Immediately afterward, the Gorgon Queen silent cast a Chaos Spear and used it to obliterate Growling Potato. Die! When Surefong saw the Gorgon Queen eliminating one of their Tier 6 tanks, he gritted his teeth and executed Dark Moon using a combination of 3 frost swords. Then, relying on the Eternal God Crystal's concentration boost, he consecutively executed the Goddess-ranked mana technique 3 times. Minus 37 billion, 67,064,246. Minus 36 billion, 198,718,458. Minus 36 billion, 815,715,419. 3 damage values exceeding even the highest damage caused by the Tier 6 War Goddess appeared above the Gorgon Queen's head, instantly depleting the Primordial Godkin's remaining HP. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3555, Chapter 629, Fragmented Divine Artifact, Chaos Windblade. Chapter 3555, Chapter 629, Fragmented Divine Artifact, Chaos Windblade. Chapter 629, Fragmented Divine Artifact, Chaos Windblade. When the Gorgon Queen died, eternal energy began to condense in the desolate battlefield, and the density of eternal energy within a several thousand-yard radius began to rise rapidly. We won. We won. A level 180, Tier 6 Primordial Godkin. I can't believe we defeated such a legendary world boss. Instructor Black Flame's last 3 strikes were amazing. They could already compete with the boss's Chaos Spear. Azure Shadow and the other surviving Night Watch Battle group members collapsed in exhaustion when the raid ended, their HP bars nearly depleted. Even so, they wore ecstatic expressions on their faces. Normally, It would take at least a 100-man team of Tier 6 experts to even have a chance at successfully raiding a Tier 6 primordial godkin. Not to mention, the primordial godkin in question was even a Gorgon queen, a creature who shared the same race as one of the greater god's domain's 22 taboo bosses, Yet now, with just a team of 30 or so players, and more than half of those players being at Tier 5, only they had successfully raided a Tier 6 primordial godkin. Their success could absolutely be considered a miracle. If they were to publicize this battle record, it would shake the entire greater god's domain. Of course, Azure Shadow and the others also understood that their success was mainly attributed to the ancient god summoned by Shurfong. If not for the ancient god heavily injuring the Gorgon queen, they stood no chance against the primordial godkin. This point could be seen from how they fared against the Gorgon queen the instant she recovered from her injuries. With just one move, the Gorgon queen had obliterated half of their team. Even the surviving Tier 6 players had suffered a heavy mental blow, their mental states becoming incredibly lethargic. If they weren't actively keeping themselves awake right now, they would have promptly lost consciousness and been forcibly logged out of the game. Meanwhile, following the Gorgon queen's death, a purple-gold glow enveloped every surviving member of the team. The EXP the Tier 6 primordial godkin awarded was so abundant that everyone leveled up at least 4 times. As for Shurfong, the person who dealt the killing blow, his level shot to 177, instantly catching up to Azure Shadow and the others. Thank goodness I gambled correctly. Shurfong sighed deeply in relief as he looked at the Gorgon queen's corpse. If not for the eternal god Crystal increasing his concentration to the Tier 6 peak standard, he could have never executed Dark Moon 3 times consecutively. Even so, after using Dark Moon 3 times in quick succession, his mental state had become incredibly frail, and his body's movements felt incredibly heavy. He would probably fall asleep on the spot if he dropped his guard for even a moment. At the same time as Shurfong sighed in relief, several items overflowing with eternal energy formed in the underground plaza. The items numbered only 6, which was a very low number for a Tier 6 world boss. However, shock instantly filled everyone's eyes when they saw the 6 items. Even Shurfong was not an exception. Are you kidding me? What dense eternal energy? Not even the fragmented divine artifacts I've seen can hold a candle to these items. Could there be an intact divine artifact among these items? The eternal energy they're radiating is nearly at a liquid state. Even if there isn't an intact divine artifact, there should still be multiple fragmented divine artifacts. Multiple fragmented divine artifacts. The last I recall, even when the various pseudo-apex powers manage to kill Tier 6 gods, the most they'll get is 1 fragmented divine artifact. If those pseudo-apex powers learn of this, they'll probably die from envy. Astonishment and admiration filled Azure Shadow and the others as they looked at the 6 glowing items floating before them. Although they didn't know what exactly the 6 items were, it was easy to tell these items were extraordinary going by the eternal energy gathered around them. It wouldn't be strange if half of these items were fragmented divine artifacts, be it weapons or equipment. The various powers would regard every fragmented divine artifact as one of their most prized possessions. They were incredibly rare, and many upper-ranking hegemonic powers and conglomerates wouldn't even necessarily own one. However, so long as an upper-ranking hegemonic power possessed a fragmented divine artifact, they would immediately be ranked among the top of upper-ranking hegemonic powers. Or more specifically, owning a fragmented divine artifact was a criterion for being ranked as such, which was a testament to the rarity and might of fragmented divine artifacts. Is this because of the exploration bonus? Shurfong couldn't help but doubt his eyes when he finished collecting the 6 items. He had killed many Tier 6 gods in his previous life, some of which were even above level 200. Meanwhile, It should be known that there was a qualitative difference between monsters that had reached level 200 and monsters below level 200. Firstly, once monsters reached level 200, regardless of their tier, they could form a miniature world within them. Meanwhile, the formation of this miniature world would provide monsters with a qualitative improvement in physique, mana, and physical toughness. Secondly, once monsters reached level 200, their magic resistance would no longer be 0. Instead, all monsters at level 200 and above would have a certain degree of magic resistance, which would increase their resistance toward players' skills and spells. Because of these two factors, level 200 was a huge turning point for monsters in the greater God's domain. Of course, level 200 was also a huge turning point for players. Upon reaching level 200, players would no longer gain EXP from monsters below level 200. They must kill level 200 monsters or above if they wish to continue leveling up. Meanwhile, the minimum tier for monsters at level 200 or beyond was tier 5. Moreover, after reaching level 200, the amount of EXP players needed to level up would skyrocket. Players fighting in teams would also no longer evenly share the EXP they earned from monsters. Instead, EXP would be distributed based on individual contributions. These factors made it much more difficult for ordinary players to level up after reaching level 200. As a result, many players lacking strength would find themselves hovering at level 200 for the rest of their careers in God's domain. Anyway, due to the significant changes monsters would undergo at level 200, the loot they dropped would also become significantly better. Yet, despite being a level 180 monster, the Gorgon Queen's loot was superior to even the loot of level 200 plus tier 6 gods. Contrary to what Azure Shadow and the others surmised, only one of the 6 items was a fragmented divine artifact. Even so, in terms of overall value, the Gorgon Queen's loot vastly exceeded the estimates of Azure Shadow and the others. Chaos Windblade, Greatsword, Fragmented Divine Artifact. Equipment requirement: Strength 12,000, level 160 attack power, 1,600% of strength, attack speed for % of strength and agility. All attributes increases according to the user's level. Ignore levels plus 80. Attacks ignore 80% of all defense and magic resistance effects. Attacks have a 20% chance to trigger the Chaos Devour effect, devouring the target's energy for the user's own use. Attacks have a 70% chance to increase by 2 ranks and cause 400% damage. The effect is halved against tier 6 creatures. When equipped, increases all basic attributes by 400%, increases physique by 220%, increases reaction speed by 150%, improves all attacks by 1 tier up to tier 6 peak, increases mana strength by 1 rank, increases mental reaction by 30%. Additional passive skill, Heart of Chaos, weakens enemies' resistance to all forms of energy by 50% and improves perception by 1 rank. Additional profound skill 1, Chaos World. Have the Chaos World descend upon the user and cover a 3,000-yard radius. Duration: 5 minutes cooldown. 1 natural day. Additional profound skill 2, Chaos Incarnation. Endows the user with the power of chaos, turning them into a chaos controller. Duration: 5 minutes cooldown. 7 natural days, forged by the primordial chaos. The Chaos Windblade's core is currently damaged, and it needs to absorb 9 world hearts and 1 chaos core to fully recover. Surefoam was rendered speechless as he looked at the Chaos Windblade. In reality, this wasn't the first time he had heard of the Chaos Windblade's name. This was because it was one of the more famous fragmented divine weapons in the Holy Race player's possession in his previous life. It was even ranked 23rd on the 7 Luminaries Alliance's Cross-World Fragmented Divine Artifact ranking list. He never thought the weapon would end up in his hands in this life. However, compared to the Chaos Windblade, What caught Shifeng's attention even more was the fist-sized void fragment in his hand. When he looked at this fragment, his heart palpitated uncontrollably. A medium world fragment. TL notes. 1. Taboo bosses. This is a new term introduced by the author. I guess the author finally realized how many things Taboo is referencing and decided to add further specifications. 2. Level 200 was also a huge turning point for players. I translated this section as is, and I don't know if the turning point for players includes the internal miniature world that monsters get when reaching level 200. The author also never specifically mentioned it, and simply wrote that level 200 was similarly a turning point for players. However, personally, seeing as weaker players could have their progression permanently halted at level 200, I'm of the opinion that players don't get such a benefit, and the level 200 turning point is mostly negative for players. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3556, Chapter 630, Medium World Fragment. Chapter 3556, Chapter 630, Medium World Fragment. Chapter 630, Medium World Fragment. How is the boss's loot guild leader? I see that Azure Shadow and the others look very excited. Did a fragmented divine artifact drop? A fragmented divine artifact? Really? Doesn't that mean we've struck gold? I heard that some upper-ranking hegemonic powers still don't have any fragmented divine artifacts, even after killing multiple Tier 6 gods. If our guild owns one, becoming a top-tier upper-ranking hegemonic power will no longer be a dream. While Surefoam was appraising the Gorgon Queen's loot, Zero Wing's members quickly directed their curiosity toward the Gorgon Queen's loot after being resurrected. The Gorgon Queen was undoubtedly the strongest boss they had encountered since entering the Eternal Realm, and seeing how abundant the Eternal Realm's resources were, it went without saying that the primordial Godkin's loot would be incredible. If Zero Wing could obtain 1 or 2 fragmented divine artifacts, it would have a much easier time developing in the future. After all, for many expert players, the raiding capability of a power's main force was one of their main considerations when joining a power. Meanwhile, a fragmented divine artifact could undoubtedly improve a main force's raiding capabilities by a large margin. Currently, the Eternal Realm's various powers were utilizing their respective capital to recruit a large number of experts. By now, the various powers had already spread their roots in the Eternal Realm's various NPC cities, and many had even captured fortresses already. One could say that the various powers' strength was increasing by the day. Although Zero Wing had also recruited many experts thanks to the secret crystal trading firm's benefits, the trading firm had limited membership slots. As a result, it could only help Zero Wing recruit a very limited number of experts. When recruiting experts, Zero Wing was still far behind even the various upper-ranking hegemonic powers and conglomerates, let alone the various pseudo-apex powers. If Zero Wing wished to attract more experts, it would have to rely on its main force to raid more bosses. Otherwise, it would only be a matter of time before Zero Wing's status in the Crystal City of Secrets plummeted to that of an ordinary power. Have a look at them yourselves. Seeing everyone's eager looks, Surefoam didn't try to hide too much and showed them 5 of the dropped items, excluding only the Medium World Fragment. Apart from the Medium World Fragment and Chaos Windblade, the Gorgon Queen also dropped 1 Rejuvenation Potion recipe, 1 Secret Silver Flying Ship design, 1 Tier 6 Magic Scroll, and 1 Fantasy Rank Secret Treasure. Among them, the Rejuvenation Potion recipe was a Grandmaster Alchemist recipe. Isn't this Chaos Windblade a little ridiculous? It has an equipment requirement of 12,000 strength. Even Tier 6 players will have trouble meeting such a requirement. Crap! A Secret Silver Flying Ship design. If we can mass-produce this thing, we can properly rule the fields of the Eternal Realm. A Fantasy Rank Secret Treasure. So, this is a fantasy secret treasure. Gentle Snow and the others couldn't help but doubt their eyes when they finished studying the 5 items. Setting aside the astonishingly powerful Chaos Windblade, just the secret silver flying ship design, rejuvenation potion recipe, and fantasy rank secret treasure were more than enough to elevate Zero Wing's status to that of an overlord in the eternal realm in the future. Rejuvenation potion recipe, Grandmaster Alchemist recipe. When the rejuvenation potion is consumed, the user will be automatically resurrected once should they die in the next 12 hours. Death penalty will be halved. Players can only use the rejuvenation potion once every 24 hours. Wind Dragon Secret Treasure, Tier 1 Secret Treasure, Fantasy, attaches to leather leg guards. Once attached, it can increase the wearer's mana protection by 30% and the attached equipment's basic attributes by 25%. Additional talent, Divine Speed, increases the wearer's movement speed by 40% and reaction speed based on the wearer's agility. Silverwing Flying Ship Design can be used to construct a secret silver flying ship with a maximum capacity of 500 people, Tier 5 advanced armor, and Tier 5 peak combat power. Flight speed rivals Tier 5 advanced extraordinary flying mounts. The Silverwing Flying Ship carries 30 special magic elven cannons, each possessing power at the entry-level Tier 6 standard, 10 floating destroyer cannons that can be used offensively and defensively. Each possesses power at the entry-level Tier 6 standard, 2 void magic cannons, main cannon, each possessing power at the Tier 6 basic standard. In the current Eternal Realm, where the majority of players could only rely on their own 2 feet and the various NPC cities' airports for travel, it would be a tremendous boon for a power to come into possession of a flying ship. After all, compared to flying mounts, flying ships had superior combat capabilities and carrying capacity. A flying ship would provide a qualitative improvement to any power's exploration of the Eternal Realm. As for the Wind Dragon Secret Treasure, any player who equipped it would immediately see a significant rise in their combat power. The improvement might even be enough to let 4th floor experts fight evenly against 5th floor experts. And if a 5th floor expert were to equip the Wind Dragon Secret Treasure, they might even be able to match experts who had mastered gold combat techniques. If Zero Wing could gain such an expert, the overall strength of its main force would be elevated to the next level. All right, let's quickly loot the treasury. The Holy Race players are probably on their way already. Sherfong did not find everyone's excited and shocked reactions strange. After all, the 5 items he shared with them were indeed astonishing. However, compared to the medium world fragment he had kept hidden, these 5 items were of little significance. When he first visited the Eternal Realm, he felt that he would be incredibly fortunate if he could get his hands on even a small world fragment. After all, in addition to being unique to the Western continent, world fragments were also incredibly rare and hard to obtain. However, he never imagined the Gorgon Queen would drop a medium world fragment. It should be known that a small world fragment was already precious enough for any power to regard it as one of their most prized possessions. After all, at the cost of just 1 god crystal, a small world fragment could let up to 10 players experience the operating principles of various basic world laws with great clarity for 12 hours. Moreover, if players used the small world fragment's ability when they were constructing their divine body, the ability could artificially increase their divine body's strength by 5%. In comparison, the medium world fragment in his possession could let up to 20 players experience the operating principles of both basic and advanced world laws with great clarity for 24 hours. When the medium world fragment's ability was used during a divine body's construction, it could also increase the divine body's strength by 10%. There was a massive difference in the law projections of players who had mastered only basic laws and players who had mastered advanced laws. Simply the suppression an advanced law projection had on a basic law projection was enough to weaken a Tier 6 player by a significant margin. Not to mention, world fragments could also artificially raise a divine body's strength during construction, thereby increasing players' success rate at completing their Tier 6 promotion. Due to the medium world fragments' astonishing effects, even though Sherfong trusted the Zero Wing members present, he still felt it necessary to keep it a secret. Otherwise, if the medium world fragments effects were to get exposed, it would bring about a catastrophe for Zero Wing. Meanwhile, after Sherfong finished speaking, he promptly entered the treasury that the Gorgon Queen previously guarded. TL notes, one additional talent. I think the author forgot that secret treasures at the extraordinary rank and above should come with special abilities, chapter 568. Which were supposed to be similar to talents. I guess we're going with talent. Now, I don't know how I'm supposed to fix this mix-up for chapter 568, so I'll leave it as such. Otherwise, I'm going to end up with sentences such as, but now it became possible to obtain special abilities talent, which were closely similar to talents, through an extraordinary secret treasure. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3557, Chapter 631, King's Treasury. Chapter 3557, Chapter 631, King's Treasury. Chapter 631, King's Treasury. Following the Gorgon Queen's death, the nameless city's treasury became completely undefended, so Sherfong and the others could freely enter it. Is this really a city's treasury? When everyone stepped past the entrance, they were immediately shocked by the dense, eternal energy and mountains of treasures that filled the treasury. Even Azure Shadow and the other Night Watch Battle group members, with their wealth of experience in the greater God's domain, couldn't help but be taken aback. Players capturing monster-infested cities was common in the greater God's domain. It wouldn't even be an exaggeration to say that it happened daily. Meanwhile, once players captured a monster-infested city, they would naturally get their hands on its treasury. Because of this, information on city treasuries was readily available. It was especially so among the various powers. Normally, players could expect to find a large sum of currency, weapons, equipment, and rare materials in a city treasury. On average, the items found in a city treasury would be enough to supplement the needs of 10,000 players. This was why many powers in God's domain actively sought to raid monster cities. However, the Nameless City's treasury completely shattered the understanding Azure Shadow and the others had regarding city treasuries. The average city treasury would only be the size of a football field. However, the Nameless City's treasury was comparable to a sports stadium that could accommodate 100,000 people. Moreover, unlike the materials stored in the average city treasury, which were mainly at the epic rank, the Nameless City's treasury's materials were mainly at the legendary rank, with some even at the inferior divine artifact rank. There was easily a tenfold difference in value. Don't just stand there and do nothing. We need to move these treasures away before the Holy Race players arrive. Sherfong commanded when he saw that his teammates were dazed by the treasury's treasures. Their fight with the Gorgon Queen had created a huge commotion. Although the fight didn't last very long, the Holy Race players on the surface should have noticed it already. The Holy Race players might be apprehensive about inspecting the situation underground while the fight was ongoing, but that would no longer be the case once the fight ended and the commotion ceased. There could only be two reasons why such a huge commotion would suddenly stop. The team raiding the Gorgon Queen had suffered annihilation, or the Gorgon Queen had been defeated. Regardless of the actual situation, the Holy Race players would send scouts to check in on the situation. After all, should the Gorgon Queen be killed, it would mean free access to unimaginable riches. There was no way the various Holy Race powers would let such an opportunity slip by. Currently, due to the battle with the Gorgon Queen, the overall combat power of their team had hit rock bottom. In Shifeng's case, it was already taking his all to move his body normally. There was no way he could fight in such a state. So, they could only try to empty out the nameless city's treasury before the holy race players arrived. Meanwhile, upon hearing Shifeng's command, everyone snapped out of their dazes and hurriedly started to store the treasury's items in their bag space, none daring to dawdle for even a moment. On the nameless city's surface, the commotion underground disappeared. The Gorgon Queen is definitely behind the commotion. The fight should have ended now that it gone quiet underground. Immediately have those nearby, the underground entrance, check on the underground plaza. Just like Shifeng surmised, the holy race players on the surface had noticed the commotion happening underground. Meanwhile, as soon as the commotion ended, the various holy race powers exploring the nameless city's core region promptly sent scouts to check on the underground plaza. Nameless City, City Lord's Mansion, a legion consisting of tens of thousands of holy race experts, was methodically eliminating the regional bosses in the Nameless City's City Lord's Mansion. Shortly after the holy race's various powers had dispatched their scouts to inspect the underground plaza, the young woman commanding the legion retreated from the front lines and approached a young man at the rear. The battle underground seems to have concluded. Lord Royal Thunder. The various powers have already sent scouts to investigate. Should we send someone as well? Extreme Feather asked the young man before her respectfully. The current Extreme Feather was completely different from when Shifeng last encountered her in the underground plaza. Her life rating had already risen to match that of gods, completely transcending the average holy race player. That Gorgon Queen isn't an easy opponent. Even that existence will need some preparation to deal with her, Royal Thunder said with a pondering look. Then, with squinted eyes, he continued, although the chances are slim, we cannot afford to lose the treasury guarded by that Gorgon Queen. Immediately have the 3rd and 4th legions hurry over there. Understood. Extreme Feather immediately nodded and left to carry out Royal Thunder's command. Underground Plaza, Nameless City's treasury. While many holy race players were quickly making their way to the treasury, Gentle Snow and the others were frantically collecting all of the treasures they could get their hands on. They also couldn't help but wish they could grow a few extra pairs of hands. However, even after Gentle Snow and the others had looted for several minutes straight, the number of items in the treasury had barely reduced. Seeing this, Gentle Snow and the others didn't know whether they should feel happy or sad. My 6 epic bags are nearly full already, Guild Leader. Gentle Snow hurriedly told Shifeng while looting. But I don't think we've looted even 20% of the treasury yet. I'm nearly full as well, Instructor Black Flame. Azure Shadow said in frustration. This was definitely the most exasperating situation he had encountered since he started playing God's Domain. In the past, he had always felt that the monsters in God's Domain dropped too few treasures and could never fill the epic bags he prepared. But now, there were so many treasures before him that he couldn't even fit everything into the 6 epic bags in his possession. Just carry whatever you can, Shifeng said, chuckling when he saw the anxious look on Gentle Snow and Azure Shadow. It was never possible to clear out the treasury with so few of us here. What matters is we grab the most important items. There were so many items in the treasury that it would take at least several hundred players' worth of bag space to clear out completely in one trip. So, for their team of just 30-plus players, it was never possible for them to take everything. The only thing they could do was take the most valuable items. It was why Shifeng had previously told Gentle Snow and the others to prioritize items radiating dense eternal energy. Many of these items were inferior divine artifact rank materials, such as the divine water of life and soul essence. These materials were far more valuable than the average legendary rank material. As for Shifeng himself, he prioritized collecting the treasures placed in the middle of the treasury. These central items were far more precious than the materials scattered throughout the treasury. Some examples include secret treasures, mana purification techniques, and large quantities of 7 luminaries crystals and eternal god crystals. Moreover, the secret treasures and mana purification techniques stored in the treasury were extraordinary. In the case of secret treasures, all of them came in sets and were at the combat rank or above. He even saw several extraordinary secret treasure sets. In the current market, these extraordinary secret treasure sets were easily worth more than a fragmented divine artifact. If a titled expert were to equip the set, they could immediately match Golden Masters in combat. Fortunately, with his fragmented legendary spatial bag, Shifeng had no trouble collecting all of the loot in the middle of the treasury. Meanwhile, he should have collected about 20 extraordinary secret treasure sets based on his rough estimates. This was an amount that could frighten the Eternal Realm's various powers. I detect many Holy Race players approaching us. Instructor Black Flame, Azure Shadow hurriedly reported when he sensed the presence of Holy Race players with his Tier 6 skill Sky Eye. They'll reach the treasury in about 20 seconds. There are more than 1,000 of them, and their numbers are quickly increasing. It's time we take our leave. Then, everyone, leave this place using a random teleportation scroll and log off to rest, Shifeng said as he took out a Tier 4 random teleportation scroll. Hearing this, everyone couldn't help but look at the remaining treasures reluctantly. However, they also understood they lacked the strength to defend the treasury, so they quickly activated their respective Tier 4 random teleportation scrolls. Meanwhile, less than 10 seconds after Shifeng and the others left, a large group of Holy Race players arrived at the underground plaza, and they were immediately dumbfounded when they saw the Gorgon Queen's corpse. TL notes, 1 King's Treasury. I don't know why this chapter is titled King's Treasury. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3558. Chapter 632. Advanced Guild Residence. Chapter 3558. Chapter 632. Advanced Guild Residence. Chapter 632. Advanced Guild Residence. The Gorgon Queen's dead. She's dead. How? This is a Tier 6 primordial godkin we are talking about. What kind of power could possess the strength to raid her? The Holy Race players who arrived at the underground plaza gasped in disbelief when they saw the corpse in the middle of the plaza. They couldn't believe that the terrifying Gorgon Queen had fallen. Quick, inform the commander. The treasury, the city treasury is open. Charge. There's no way they could have emptied the treasury in such a short time. After recovering from their shock, the Holy Race players promptly contacted their superiors before rushing into the treasury. Damn it! Were we too late? Extreme Feather revealed an ugly expression as she gazed at the empty area in the middle of the treasury, while mountains of treasures still filled the nameless city's treasury. Anyone with a discerning eye could tell that the treasury's most precious items had already been taken. What remained probably didn't amount to even 1/10 of the value of the taken items. What should we do now, Commander Feather? It's likely that item has already been taken. An elderly man radiating an aura rivaling Tier 6 gods asked as he looked at Extreme Feather. How are we supposed to explain ourselves to that person? Though it's troublesome, we can only inform that person of the situation, Extreme Feather said. Then, revealing a rare sneer, she continued, that item is something that person is determined to obtain. With that person's power, finding whoever took that item won't take long. At that time, we'll see how those people resist that existence. Inform everyone to secure the remaining treasures. Do not spare anyone who dares to compete against us. All of the treasures here are ours. Subsequently, a brutal struggle erupted within the Nameless City's treasury. It was the fiercest battle between the holy race's various powers on the Western continent to date. The battle would go on to last more than 10 days and see over 100 holy race powers getting involved. By the end of the battle, over 1 million holy race players would have died, and several holy race powers would be thoroughly eliminated from the eternal realm. As for the treasury's wealth, several major powers would end up dividing it among themselves. While the holy race's various powers were fighting over the nameless city's treasury, Shifeng and the others had logged out of God's domain after finding a safe location in the nameless city. After resting 3 hours in the real world, Shifeng had gentle snow, and the other Zero Wing members logged back into the game before transporting everyone back to the Crystal City of Secrets with a world-breaking gate. Following this, Shifeng logged out of the game to rest for an entire day before teleporting Azure Shadow and the other Night Watch Battle group members back to the Crystal City as well. Eternal Continent, Crystal City of Secrets. When the morning sun covered the land with its rays, the players in Zero Wing's residence started a new day of activities. So this is Zero Wing. Looking out the window of the room, Azure Shadow and the other Night Watch Battle group members couldn't help but be astonished by the strength of the Zero Wing members walking around in Zero Wing's residence. Although there were no more than 1,000 Zero Wing members in the residence, it was possible to see quite many fifth-floor experts mixed among them. It should be known that fifth-floor experts were rare even in conglomerates and pseudo-apex powers. They were individuals who could be tasked to spearhead the defense of strategic locations. In upper-ranking hegemonic powers, fifth-floor experts would be automatically assigned an elder position, and there wouldn't be more than several dozen of them in the entire organization. Yet, just in Zero Wing's residence alone, Azure Shadow and the others had already counted over 50 fifth-floor experts. This was already more than what some upper-ranking hegemonic powers had, and they couldn't help but have difficulty believing that Zero Wing was only established not long ago. All of you have performed excellently this time. Based on your contributions, each of you will receive a copy of the Advanced Bronze Mana Purification Technique. With it, I trust that you will have no problems with the Night Watch Legion's Ace Battle Group test, Shifeng said, smiling as he observed the stunned look on Azure Shadow and the others. Since there is still some time until the test, feel free to use the Guild Hall's combat rooms to spar with Zero Wing's members. It should give you a lot of inspiration. Can we invite the Guild's fifth-floor experts for a spar, Instructor Black Flame? Azure Shadow asked tentatively. Currently, some of their group had already reached the fifth-floor standard, while the rest were very close to reaching it. If they could spar with a large number of fifth-floor experts, it would definitely help them improve significantly. However, fifth-floor experts were incredibly rare existences in any realm, and so was the opportunity to spar with them. Moreover, fifth-floor experts were usually very busy, so they wouldn't usually waste their time sparring with others unless they stood to gain something. But after seeing so many fifth-floor experts gathered in one place, Azure Shadow, and the others were reluctant to give up on the opportunity to spar with these experts so easily. Naturally, Shifeng answered, chuckling, I can prepare a combat room for each of you. I believe many fifth-floor experts will be interested in sparring with you all when the time comes. I only hope that you don't find it too much trouble. Fifth-floor experts were indeed rare outside the Eternal Realm, but they were rather common in the Eternal Realm's Crystal City of Secrets. Rather than fifth-floor experts, what was rarer were Tier 6 experts like Azure Shadow and the others. Currently, there was not a single Tier 6 player in the Crystal City outside of Azure Shadow's group. Not to mention, Azure Shadow and the others had extraordinary mana. In the face of a Tier 6 god's mana, if players did not have a sufficiently strong grasp over world laws and precision control over mana, even releasing their mana out of their body would be a challenge. If players could fight in the presence of a Tier 6 god's mana for a long period, It would absolutely help them to improve in these two aspects, which would, in turn, help them with their Tier 6 promotion. Hence, for Zero Wing's fifth floor experts, the opportunity to spar against Azure Shadow's group was definitely a fortuitous one. It was especially so since they had already met the level requirement to challenge their Tier 6 promotion. Thank you, Instructor Black Flame. We won't disappoint you. When Azure Shadow and the others heard Shifeng's reply, excited looks appeared on their faces. At the same time, their worship of him increased even further, due to the high-status fifth-floor experts enjoyed in the greater God's domain. Even upper-ranking hegemonic powers and conglomerates would have trouble getting their fifth-floor experts to execute a command. It was especially so if the command involved a thankless task such as being a sparring partner. Subsequently, after receiving their copy of the Advanced Bronze Mana Purification Technique, Azure Shadow and the others promptly left the room to deposit their loot into Zero Wing's warehouse. Then, they began wholeheartedly studying the purification technique in preparation for Shifeng's sparring arrangement. As for Shifeng, he paid a visit to the core room of Zero Wing's residence after scanning through the loot he obtained from the Nameless City's treasury. The Nameless City's treasury truly is something. I didn't think it would even have an advanced guild promotion order. With this, I won't have to worry about recruiting experts anymore, Shifeng thought as he pulled out an ancient scroll from his bag space. System. Advanced guild promotion order detected. Do you wish to upgrade your existing guild residence into an advanced guild residence? Upgrade it. Shifeng decided without hesitation. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.